Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are about to start. Please do take your seats now. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the President of ESMT, Jörg Rocholl.
Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it's a great delight and honor to welcome you here at ESMT to the second Berlin Global Dialogue. It's a great privilege to welcome you here from various parts of the world with long travel distances. It's a great delight to have you with us. As the title says, it has three components: Berlin Global Dialogue. Berlin is a place which probably exemplifies more than many other places in the world the disruption, the transformation we're experiencing, but also the way we can deal and we can work and we can succeed with the disruption and the transformation. This is particularly true for the building in which we are, which you may know used to be the headquarters of socialism on German soil. So this is where the East German government resided, and now it's home to a private business school with students from almost 100 different countries around the world. It is what used to be the headquarters of socialism, now a privately run, privately organized business school that really drives from the principles of the social market economy. You could also say it's one of the nicest ironies of German history that we observe here. Global. Global is, as you can see from just the composition of our students, of our executives, our staff, professors, this is really what ESMT stands for. We really are delighted and privileged to have such a broad international diversity of everyone, all the stakeholders involved with ESMT. And today, we are not only here among those students from ESMT, but rather we are also joined by those students coming from the Global Network for Advanced Management, also called GNAM. The GNAM network comprises 32 of the best business schools around the world, and we have here the privilege to welcome 38 students from the network. And maybe for those really having traveled these long distances, may I ask the students who are already here to stand up so that we can give a special applause to you and also expect your contribution to the program. Where are you? Great. It's not only important to have the students with us, but rather also to have them as part of our Young Voices program. The Young Voices program is meant to provide the perspective of the young generation into our debate, and we will have a mandatory contribution of the young voices into any of the discussions we will have here at the Berlin Global Dialogue. And this brings me to dialogue. This is a very important part for an academic institution, for a business school such as ESMT. We are here and we are committed to foster meaningful dialogue. We would like to do this on a fact, evidence-based basis. We would like to have evidence-based discourse. We would like to have robust debate. We would really like to bridge anything that may stand between the different sectors and the very important sectors of our society, be it business, academia, and policy. These three elements, to bring them together, to provide the platform to come up with ideas that not only are important for our discussion here, but also transcend the day, is very important. And with this, the Berlin Global Dialogue is really, you could say, a flagship of what we at ESMT do, and we are very delighted that now we have the opportunity to run it for the second time, promoting critical discussions to shape our collective future. With this, it's my great honor and delight to introduce my predecessor as president of ESMT Berlin, and also the person who initiated the Berlin Global Dialogue, Lars-Henrik Röller. I'd like to thank Hendrik and the whole team, the Berlin Global Dialogue team, for actually setting up this fantastic conference. I look very much forward to the discussions we will have over the next couple of days. And with this, Hendrik, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Jörg. I'm delighted to be here. I think we had a good opening yesterday. I'm losing my voice a little bit, which is really horrible for something like what is coming up in 2 days, but I think I will be able to muster it. I want to welcome Excellencies, distinguished guests. Very happy to see some good friends in the audience. Of course, the students, which is something which is very important for us, as Jörg was saying. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to welcome you to Berlin Global Dialogue, what we call 2.0. It's only the second time we're doing this. And it's been quite a ride. The idea is to unite global leaders and decision makers. So we have focused on CEOs, companies, and politicians. And I think this has been something which was very dear to my heart when I was in government for 10 years, to manage that intersection between these two, even though the world is changing, as you know, pretty remarkably. There are fundamental geopolitical, economic, and societal changes. And if I may sort of go a little bit off script here, I think also that the events only happening very recently, even just yesterday, I'm sure is something which will be discussed in many of these rounds, and it is certainly getting a very difficult and complicated situation. I think we did the right thing, Jörg, by founding this about a year ago, and I think these three themes, Berlin, which we celebrated last night, many of you were there. The global aspect is very important for me. I always believed in, problems are global problems. Think about the climate crisis. I think that's very important. I think we have a forum here with about 1,000 people where we have a good representation globally. I think we can become better over time, but I think this is really something which I feel very strongly about, that we talk at eye level globally. I know the problems are difficult, but if we don't talk, I don't think we're going to solve any of these problems. And the dialogue aspect of it. We don't have speeches, even though I'm just proving the opposite here. We like to have dialogue. So also when we have the breakout sessions, please interact and have your voices heard. So last year's edition was actually a great success, and it shows that this dialogue between business and governments are very important. My team worked very hard for endless months now to put this together, and I think we're very happy to have you here. As I said, 100 participants, 82 countries, 2.5 days, I think is going to be a very important part, and we're looking forward to it. Building common ground, let me just say, as you know, is something, it's not finding common ground, but it's building common ground is our motto. So the idea is we need to work at that, or somebody has to work at that. The people in the room have to work at this, and others out there. There's a whole society out there, by the way. A lot of media also present here. So building common ground is sort of a philosophy of certainly I think when I was in government, that we need to actually not concentrate on the things which we cannot agree on. Sounds easy, but let's concentrate on those things where we can agree on. And that's why I have my team sort of writing up for each session at the end, what are the takeaways in each session, where is the common ground? Let's focus on that. And let's not be the perfect, the enemy of the good, because I think you never get the perfect solution on anything. So let's get what you can get. And politically, that's very difficult because people are locked into their positions and they have political constraints. But I think this building common ground is the theme which we have, which I think is a very important one. I don't have to tell you that the world is changing. If you look at the numbers, the G7, for example, used to be over 40% of GDP. I think now it's below 30. The Brics are about 35%. G20 is about 80%. We have a session on the G20. So the world is changing dramatically. And building common ground, I think, is clearly what you're all working on. And I think rather than dividing, let's talk about what we can agree on and let's work in that direction. I want to just say that for me, there are three things which are fundamentally changing, and the world has really changed also since last few years, where I have not been at the table anymore in many of these decisions, but been an observer from the outside, which also has its advantages, I might say. I think the first one are the geopolitical conflicts, which are, with the Ukraine war, with what's happening in the Middle East and Lebanon, and there are many others, by the way. If you go around the world, I had a conversation last night with somebody who says, well, what if that goes bad, that goes bad, that goes bad? There is a lot of that, and I'm not sure it's going down over time, it's going up. We have some representatives here from different countries where that is a word, but that is really a big development. What's the answer for that? The second one is technology, and I think there again we'll have sessions on technology and AI, and there's a lot of potential for good, obviously, in that. It'll be a debate I'm sure we'll be having, and it's also a way to redefine our whole societies in many ways, and also the economic level, the economic playing field. I think these technological developments are key, and we have some people here who are extremely knowledgeable on that. And I think the third one is, of course, the big issue of climate, which is really quite dramatic. And if you think about the equity and fairness issues of climate change, this is our theme about fairness in the world. I think that is a big issue. So for me, these three things are sort of important issues, and they'll all be discussed at the Berlin Global Dialogue. So globalization, I think, is not disappearing. I'll be interested in the views, but I think it's changing. There's a transformation of it. And where's the landing zone? Let's build common ground. Let's not throw out the baby with the bathwater, is my view. Geopolitics, foreign policy, and economics are getting much more intertwined. And what's the role of business and all of that, we'll hear in a second. I'm very interested in the next session on that. Let me just put my 2 cents worth into all of that. So this is, I think, we agree with the scenario. We don't normally agree with the solutions. Is what I call the independence trap. Okay, and I think what should not happen is that we turn inwards and we get this nationalism and this move into the opposite direction too far. I think a little bit of national security and not being stupid about dependencies or being smart about dependencies is important. And I think Europe has to get this calibration right, if I may say so. But let's not fall into this trap of becoming too independent and to basically this will end up in a situation where I think you'll have higher prices, lower quality of life, less growth, and a more hostile environment if that happens. I think we need to avoid that. And this is what I call the independence trap. So we should not fall into that. And we had an interesting survey. We just had a breakfast on that by our partner Egon Zehnder, which surveyed global CEOs. And the question is, what is the biggest risk? And you can guess what they are. Climate, but the number one risk, and this is not a German survey, this is a global survey, was the concern about rising populism and nationalism. That was the number one point. And I think, this is a challenge, I think, for all of us, in particular in those countries where this is happening, which includes my country, where recent elections have also shown us a way. We can either now go all the way in the bad direction, or we can actually move in a good direction. I think we are in a very fundamental stage with that one. So what can we do? Last points about avoiding this independence trap, if I call it that way. And I think a lot of it is building common ground. But I think the first one is thinking about how we cooperate. I mean, we always say we need to cooperate, and then there are incentives, and everybody has their culture and history, which is extremely important in all of that, I think. It's not just economics, it's intertwined with culture and history. But we need to cooperate. And I think, take the climate issue. My view on the climate issue, don't get me wrong, I don't really believe in leader-follower models. Nobody's going to dominate any technology forever. Some will do more temporarily. So there's no leader and follower. I think we need to build reciprocity. So we need to work together and move all at the same time. I don't think in the public good, there's even academic research in psychology and behavioral economics on that. If you put people into a situation where there's a public good and one guy leads, the other guy will do nothing. Because we all benefit from action. So the reciprocity, this is what, of course, the Paris Agreement could be doing more of. That's a good step in the right direction. So I move, but I only move if you're willing to move. So I think not a leader-follower cooperation, but thinking more about reciprocal relationships. I think that is something which I think is important one, something to think about. The second issue, I think, global governance. We should not have the fact that the world is fragmenting to some extent into a multipolar world, to have the multilateral institutions fragmenting either. I know this is difficult. There are new institutions emerging, reform of the World Bank and others, I think are very important. The two fundamental issues of the global governments is financing it. Larry Fink is involved at the World Bank, I think, and Mr. Bethe as well. And the other one is fair representation, which is, of course, an old issue we've been having in the IMF and World Bank forever. But that means really that some countries are going to have to give up something, which is not something in politics which works very well. So you need reciprocity. We give you something, you give us something. But I think reform of the global governance is important. And the final point is, given priorities, given culture, given history, we need to build common ground, and we need to dialogue. And this is maybe what we can do a little bit at this conference. I think it'll go on after that. We're not going to solve the problems here, but maybe we can get a mindset or a discussion going that decision makers who go away from here will have learned something. And I think this is very important that we take also concern of other cultures and histories and learn more about each other. I think this is also very important, not only at the elite, but also at the level down. So I think cooperation, how? Reciprocity. Governance, difficult, but we need to do it. We need the WTO. I think we should not abandon it. It's a big debate. And we need to have this common ground and dialogue, which, Jörg and I are trying to contribute here with the ESMT. So those are my thoughts on where we're going. Last year was about pretty much fragmentation. This year we want to turn it around into a positive story and say, let's build common ground. Let's see how we can actually move forward and solve. Not that the world has become any easier than 1 year ago, if you look at these things. And I think that we should avoid these independence traps. I think we need independence, but we're still together in the same boat, and we should not go too far in that direction. And nationalism, I think that would be a disaster. And I think there's no better place to discuss these kinds of issues than the BGD, the Global Forum on Decision Makers. So let me welcome you again. Let's make those 2.5 days a success. The weather is turning bad, but we are inside, so this is okay. There won't be anything happening here, and I wish you much success. I'm very much looking forward now to the next session, exactly on the issue of the role of business in the geopolitical world. I'm very happy to welcome you again. Thank you. Enjoy the dialogue. And I want to now, after you give me maybe a hand of applause, I will now, thank you. I will now turn it over to distinguished Francis Lacroix, who will introduce the first speakers. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. The global business landscape is certainly rapidly changing. I mean, that's probably the understatement of the year. As open markets and trade faces challenges, supply chains are definitely shifting, and the international multilateral system is probably being challenged. So over the next 30 minutes, we'll try and explore some of the implications of this globalized but very fragmented world, what it means for business. And this comes again as global supply chains are probably realigning through geopolitical neutral economies to maybe build resilience. So it's my great pleasure to have here with me on stage Oliver Bäte, Chief Executive Officer and Chairman of the Board of Management Allianz, and Larry Fink, Chairman and Chief Executive of BlackRock. Gentlemen, thank you. Now, our governments, are governments now prioritizing national security objectives over economic efficiencies, Larry?
Are they?
Are they?
Look, I think everything's evolving. Obviously, national security is becoming a more prominent conversation, especially as the whole concept of nationalism and populism. I think people are focusing on that. But I don't think that's in lieu of economic growth. I think they go hand in hand. And so I don't look at that as either or. I look at that as a combination. I think that's just a process in which, but there's no question, national security is a more dominant part of the conversation. When you talk about energy security today, that's a very good example. Last year we did talk about fragmentation, and this year is really, I believe the major theme is talking about greater pragmatism. And a greater pragmatism, how do you create global growth? How do you create domestic growth? It has to be a more pragmatic approach. We're not going to be able to grow our economy through tax decreases or tax increases. It is about finding and working with the private sector to build more opportunities, more jobs. And to me, this is more about pragmatism, and I think that should be the dominant conversation today, focusing on how to build a better economic future for more of our world population. And in each country has to focus on how do they develop the essence for growth and opportunity. And I think this is, the major theme that I've witnessed, this new economic pragmatism.
Oliver, I guess if you look at, the US-China trade war, it permeates through everything, especially the global economy. How do you see that developing? And again, what does it mean for business trying to operate in this environment?
Do we have a trade war?
Do we?
Yeah, that's the question. I'm not so sure. I think American and Chinese businesses have been never doing more trade, really, if you look at it. And we do also have that. It's really interesting that we read a lot of things, but the realities between businesses look very different. So I would not deny that there's strong competition, and as we heard from Henrik before, we need to be a bit smarter on how we have an inclusive economic model that doesn't say my gain is your loss. And I think that's unfortunately a little bit the political debate, but business people are trying to help by saying it's never worked. Pareto optimism has never worked. If one guy wins, the other one loses. Nobody will win.
But when you speak to governments, they definitely say some of the trade is being redesigned with friendly allies. Do you see that in business?
Absolutely, because we come out of 30 years where the world was supposedly flat, and we're very naive, particularly in this country, right? We don't need defense because Larry's colleagues will pay for it. We can spend, half of our budget on Social Security. We can invite everybody in. It worked for a while until it doesn't. So we have to just rethink what are the business models that will function. When you have in Europe, just take the EU 27, you have about 8% of the world's population, 16%, about 15-16% of GDP, but 50% of global security spending. Social security spending, unfortunately, not security spending. Do you think that's sustainable? No, it isn't. And we've known that for a long time, and now we have a little bit of a simultaneous shock out of 4 or 5 different directions that need to force us to rethink of some of these fundamentals. But it's required, and people are getting back to it.
Are we halfway there in terms of this redrawing of supply chains, or was it already started in the last 5-6 years?
No, I think what we witnessed because of COVID is a breakdown of these efficient supply chains. and we are now creating a more pragmatic approach to supply chain navigation. I think the buzzword today is more resiliency, and more resiliency meaning having more capabilities of more supply chains and more destinations. So that's just redrawing what globalization is. It's not an either or, as Oliver suggested. We're reimagining the supply chains, and let's be clear. At the same time, we're developing technologies that require different inputs, and the technologies also allow us to bring an onshoring process to more and more different goods. That's not bad or good. It's just taking advantage of technological changes and evolving through that mechanism.
But the US was one of the main beneficiaries of this onshoring program. Does this continue, or is that it?
Well, I don't want to call it a beneficiary or anything. I think most of it has been nearshoring. A lot of it is in Mexico. And so, I don't look at this as a either or. I look at this as just an evolution. And I think this is going to continue to do that. I think as we navigate more towards more and more AI, we're going to have the whole issue around protectionism of data. Where will that be populated and situated? So all of this is being evolving. And I don't look at this as bad or good. I look at this as an opportunity. And I think there's too much debate about winners and losers. And to me, it's all about creating a more and more economic opportunity for more.
Francine, let me just add to what Larry, because it's very important. If we were to price properly carbon, a lot of the so-called supply chains that were so efficient have never been efficient, because we basically polluted the world by shipping things to Southeast Asia, North Asia, and then shipping them back, even though they should be produced much closer to our shore. So it actually makes sense to redesign value chains if we want to really address climate change. So a lot of the pressures that are coming, and by the way, we've done this for hundreds of years. We've done this for hundreds of years. So the issue that we are facing that overwhelms society is that so many changes are happening exactly at the same time.
Change.
Yeah, and people having change fatigue, and that's why you see polarization, because people are overpowered, they want a simple solution, and they get it from the wrong sides.
Change trade, geopolitics,
technology,
AI.
Societal structure, over-aging, and particularly in the West and the mature. So there's many, many things that are happening at the same time.
So what does it mean for a company like Allianz?
The first and foremost thing that we need to look at, that there will be a lot more risky than it used to be. And the promise that we have for our clients, for our shareholders and our people, is we need to be resilient, going back to what Larry has said. The second one is optionality. We used to have a simple way to do strategy, which was basically trend extrapolation, and says there's a little bit of tech here, a little bit of more growth there, but it was very easy. Today you have to really think about extreme scenarios. And the third one is very basic. You have to go back to how do you win? And that is by offering the best things that consumers, our people, and society can imagine. We have become a lot too self-confident, particularly some of this country, and assuming success will always be there. So we have to be on our toes, if I may.
But I would also say we're diffusing risk more and more. I think as we grow our global capital markets, we're diffusing risk. As more and more assets trade on the capital markets, less in a banking system, we're diffusing risk because, let's say, private credit. Private credit, in most cases, is matching $1 of assets to $1 of liabilities. It's not leveraged, so that's diffusing risk. But more importantly, I think the big wake-up call for the world, in my opinion, is the strength of the United States has been so much created by its large capital markets. And I think the conversations I'm having with more governments, including from Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom, India, Japan, is how do we expand our capital markets? How do we build them? How do we have a strong banking system alongside a strong capital market system? And I think that creates more resilience, and importantly, it diffuses risk. And I think we underappreciate the diffusion of risk as we expand the capital markets. I'm asked all the time, why isn't the market focusing on these, the Ukraine and Gaza and Lebanon and Israel? Why aren't we focusing on all these issues? Well, well, the market is focusing on these issues, but because of the diffusion of risk, we have not seen what we would normally see, let's say a spike up in oil prices. We are actually seeing through this diffusion of risk with the expansion of the capital market, a moderation that is underappreciated. And I think this is one of the reasons why I think more and more economies, especially Europe, needs to have a common union, expanding its capital markets and having a union of banking too. And I think it's going to be important. As I said, as I speak to more and more rising economies, they want to replicate the capital markets. They have a more dynamic economy. And I think that's going to be the next step over the next 10, 20 years.
But is there appetite for that? We saw the Draghi report. I mean, in the report it says Europe needs 800 billion euros a year. Where do you find that money? What's the role of private capital and all of that?
Well, it's certainly clear that the public sector doesn't have the money. And so while I agree with Larry's destination, the way there will be very ugly. And we need to make sure that we have collaboration how we get there. I think hostility is not the answer, and many other comments to be made. The second thing is we need to also make sure we have light regulation, but the right one. You know, we are in a world living where natural oligopolies emerge because of the scaling, when we all know oligopolies are not very good. So we're fighting always around how that is. And the third one, and we heard it from Mr. Röller, we need to bring in the future where the growth is. We need to bring in India, we need to bring in Southeast Asia, we need to have China at the table. It cannot all be led by Europe or the United States. It doesn't work, sorry.
I agree with that.
There's a little thing, Larry, called the U.S. elections coming up. Does the world?
Really?
Is there? Yeah. I think most of us have heard about it. I mean, is the world vastly different depending on who gets into the White House?
No, not really. I mean, I think on the margin, yes. But both candidates are talking about their version of how to grow the economy, how to expand, more and more people to rise to a middle class, to have a stable future. How that's executed may be a little bit different, but no. I mean, we see repeatedly every year, every 4 years when we have an election, everyone says it's going to have a dramatic change in the market. And over time, it doesn't. I know it's great for media to talk about it. I know it's great for everyone to focus on it. But the reality is the economies, the markets are way beyond one election, way beyond one action. I think we are able to respond and cope and build. And I think our job is to be responding to whoever is in office and work with that administration to build a better future.
But 100% tariffs on certain products, if President Trump were in charge, I mean, this is not the media. Are you not worried about, some of the big tariffs that could come?
Look, I'm chiefly against tariffs. I'm much more of an open trade person. In some cases, tariffs can work if there is dumping by some countries. And let's see how and what is going to be truly implemented instead of what is being talked about.
Yeah, I mean, this must keep you up at night.
Yes, it does.
Well, no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. I was just kidding. So what Larry said is absolutely true. It's absolutely true. I'm more worried really about what we see in democracy, seeing the polarization, because we have leadership, including on the business side, that have lost touch with what happens to ordinary people. When you look in this country, how we've been running down our infrastructure, the quality of basic education, the explosive cost increases in healthcare because there is no deductibles and self-care, that worries me more than who sits in the White House, with all due respect.
Look, what I worry about is the breakdown of trust. We talk about populism and this polarization of opinion. I mean, I think dialogues like this here in Berlin, dialogues last week at the UN in New York, we need to have more conversations. We need to create a greater ability to create trust and relationships. I think the greatest, history books will talk about the greatest breakdown of trust was during COVID when we lacked that conversation. I think so much of the global outcomes was that breakdown in trust. When I think about the rise of social media, we see the breakdown in trust. Trust is not texting each other across the table. Trust is having conversations, having communication, having bondings together. And I think we are losing touch. And I think, to me, this is one of the greatest problems, and it's very hard for our business to respond to these issues. But we need, as all leaders, both political and business leaders, finding ways of rebuilding trust. And to me, this is one of the biggest issues that I have with the rise of populism and the anger that we are seeing with the rise of populism. We need to find ways of coming together to create a common ground to try to help more people build a more common, more prosperous future.
Oliver, why do you see this disconnect between, I guess, politicians, business leaders, and citizens?
I have no idea. I would volunteer to take another job if I know. But seriously, I know that when we talk, for example, stuff you read on the news, and saying inflation is under control, and you have your average worker in Munich not finding an apartment that he or she can afford, having to queue up 3 weeks for getting a doctor appointment, which is one of the best healthcare systems in the world. In school, 30% of the hours don't take place because we can't find teachers. We have a very fundamental problem while we are talking about how to rescue the world. So this is why, if we lose the electorate, nobody will focus on climate change. Yeah, so the answer is really look at basic goods and make sure they function for the average person. It sounds very strange. I'm not a social democrat, but I'm really worried about the cohesion in society because we always talk. The second one, we have a leadership class, including the business side, that always talks about the great things they've done yesterday, right? Regardless of whether they actually matter to the average person. I was just in parts of former East Germany where we had election for the far right, and a part of my family says, Oliver, what I see on TV is exactly like we had it in the DDR. They always talk about the great things they've done yesterday, but I actually go to the shop and nothing works. So we really need to rebuild the connection between that. And Berlin is beautiful, but it's also a bit apart from where many normal people are.
So what's the role of business in all of this? In terms of capital deployment, in terms of, I mean, do you take a holistic view, Larry, of where you want money to go because of this disconnect?
Well, first of all the money that we manage, none of it's ours. Okay, so let's start there. We don't have a balance sheet. 100% of the money that we have is on behalf of savers worldwide. And so our job is to be listening to our clients, how they want to deploy their capital. Our job is to be a fiduciary for each and every client. And we have clients here in Europe who 100% want us to invest in more decarbonizing technology. We have other clients who want to invest in more hydrocarbons. And our job is to be responsive to their wishes because it's their money. And so our job is to be working with them. Our job is to inform them on where we think the best opportunities are. But the ultimate decision still rests on our clients. And that's something that is misunderstood. And that's a very big change than when versus a balance sheet of a bank or a balance sheet of the general account of an insurance company. This money is not ours. And so our job is to be guiding our clients where we believe the best opportunities are. But the final decision of all $10+ trillion that we are responsible for is to be working on behalf. And that may be that one client who lives in a rural community that gives us $1,000 a year. Our job is to be responding to them or working with a sovereign wealth fund who is looking for us to work with them.
But where do you see the opportunities? Infrastructure? AI?
Everywhere.
Everywhere. I mean, I would say there's more opportunity today than ever. And you mentioned too, Oliver.
Yeah, I totally agree. Whether that's in AI, but again, that's also a mentality point. And the first here in Germany, we talk about, we need to regulate it because it could be dangerous. In America, we'll talk about how do I innovate and create opportunity. So it's a mentality shift we really need. And the second one is there is more opportunity. I totally agree with Larry. If I was 30 years younger, I would go out and create my own company because what you can do with large languages now in insurance, you have nothing seen before because we can process unstructured data in a way that we've never done. So it's really cause for optimism, and it's something that we should also resonate. I just want to hit for that. It shouldn't come across as we're criticizing, by the way, politics. The business elite is part of the problem. Yeah? So we really need to look forward. And I want to go back to optionality. Some car companies in this country decided we want to go electric only. That was not very clever, as we learn now, because consumers don't want to be bossed around by politicians. They don't want to be bossed around by CEOs saying you're only driving electric cars.
Or pay for it.
Or whatever that is. So we need to really listen to the people and say, what do you want? What do you want to pay for? What do you need? And get back to what we were really good at, inventing things.
But what does that look like? Managing by consensus? Then you're no longer leading.
No, I think we are leading.
Huh.
I mean, I think that our job is to be anticipating our clients' wishes and wants. I mean, if you don't anticipate your clients' wants and wishes, you're going to be behind them, and you're going to be falling. I mean, today is our 25th anniversary as being a public firm. So, and we're closing our GIP transaction. And you know, our stock price is up over 10,000%. We outperformed the S&P by 20 times. And we did it by trying to anticipate our clients. And I actually believe for the next 20 years, there's even more opportunity than the first 25 years of our being a public firm. So as Oliver said, there is enormous opportunity, but that opportunity can only be attained if you're working with your clients, you're anticipating their needs, and you're focusing on the future, not the past, but helping them navigate this 20, 30, 40-year journey of retirement. It's not about the ups and downs in markets. It's not whether the Fed's going to tighten or ease or what's going to happen. It's about what is the best opportunity for them to invest safely and soundly so that they could have retirement with decency, dignity, and hope.
I'm intrigued by your business pitch. So if you were 30 years younger, you said you'd start a company. What insurance and what would that look like? Then we'll see if Larry invests in it.
Very much like Allianz looks like today. A bit more digital at its heart, and it's coming. But I was more on a serious note. When you think about some of the core risk we have in this world, like how you really think about cyber insurance and how would it really work, it doesn't work like we've done it the last 200 years. There are many better ways to do it. And so there's a lot of innovation coming that would be very good for people. And I'll give you, we are growing really, really strongly, 3 or 4 times GDP. We're not doing as well as Larry has, but by the way, congratulations for another reason. Because he did a very courageous decision to buy BGI, and the stock went down for 2 years, and he was right because he was an entrepreneur and had to get. Very hard to do that, very hard to do so. That's actually even more remarkable, I think. Anyway, so
deserves another round of applause.
No, but I actually believe the cycle for insurance is a pretty good cycle, and I think where Allianz is today, it's probably a safe bet to say that this is going to be a long-term opportunity for the next 20, 30 years.
So you deal in risk. Where's risk, applause, where's risk being mispriced when you look at the markets? Is it our dealings with China?
Risk is always
worldwide?
at the risk of being mispriced. So markets are never perfect, at least for certain periods of time. And there are risks, and I don't want to get into a gloomy perspective. My personal point of view, for example, is always there where you don't look. So for example, when you look at spreads now for government debt, it's, in my opinion, not properly pricing the fundamental issue we have with public debt, not just in Europe, but in other countries. The market is not really looking at that. It has assumptions like, if one country into the south of Europe can pay, Germany will bail them out. I wish we could. So I'm really worried about tail risk in some of the bond markets in terms of how they're pricing, which, by the way, every risk is an opportunity. So we as investors think that's an opportunity if you properly price the risk. There's other so-called illiquid assets that hang out in lots of balance sheets that are not priced to market that we will see a little bit of a reckoning. On the other hand, there's a lot of mispriced stuff. For example, people have been selling real estate for 2 years now. For the smart people, it's time to buy. So I don't think there is a point around it's very risky and not risky. We just need to be very, very careful. And the other one is we need to really watch not just for what credit ratings are, but where liquidity traps may be. So the risks in the system today are probably less on mispricing risk as it looks like, but what happens when liquidity evaporates out of the system. Right. Sorry, I don't want to lecture, but I think we agree. No?
Yeah. What's the right way of dealing with China?
Oops.
I think I think we all have to reassess how we are dealing with China. I think because of China supporting Europeans' enemy in Russia. I mean, if I supported my client's enemy, I'd be fired. And look at it, China is one of the destinations for huge manufacturing. I had a good that was made in China this morning. I mean, there are so many things that are manufactured, and that's going to be fine. I mean, China does play a very large role in the global economy. At the same time, we have to reassess how are we dealing with countries or companies that are supporting our future. Ukraine is at our footsteps there, doorsteps there. And I'm surprised that there's not a larger questioning or demanding, you're supporting our enemy, and we're putting billions and billions of dollars at supporting the survival of Ukraine. And there should be a cost to that. And it's not a conversation that's being had here. And I truly believe we need to be thoughtful about how we work with every country. And I know it's hard to describe this and discuss this, but I think it's a valuable conversation to be had. And look, we have businesses in China. I'm sure everybody here has some businesses in China. We all have to reevaluate that, like we have to reevaluate a risk in liquidity traps and risk in everything. But that conversation is not being had enough here, that we have an existential problem here in Europe on our doorsteps. It's being supported, Russia's biggest supporter and fundamental supporter of the Russian economy is China. And that has to be at least discussed. And each country, each company has to reassess what that means. And I'm not here to make any judgments, but I don't believe there's been enough assessment.
But it's a tough conversation. It's a tough conversation because
tough.
It's also difficult to decouple essentially from China.
Yeah, and so there's a long debate. I think we have the time now. We have always tides, dependencies, and then historical errors around assessment, right? Even in this country, we never would have thought that what happened and Vladimir Putin did, which is very funny because I became CEO, was announced just after Russia invaded Crimea. And then I remember our government saying, well, we have to give him a little bit. And I said, that sounds like Mr. Chamberlain when Hitler invaded the Czech Republic. So we have made a lot of mistakes, and we need to be sort of having the conversation at eye-to-eye level and says, as we are learning that we have made mistakes, how do we correct them? The problem is we're always trying to defend mistakes of the past because it's about honor and respect. We need to be very pragmatic, as we heard today, about how do we deal with the issues at hand.
And so in this, we're almost out of time, but what's your biggest piece of advice to chief executives that want to make a difference or want to have these difficult conversations? Is it speaking to politicians? Is it changing their business model?
No, be true to yourself every day. Don't sacrifice your principles. Making sure every day is a day where you're honoring your principles, your values. To me, that's the most fundamental thing. And and we need to make sure as a leader of each company that we are leading by example, so all the employees understand that you're leading by your principles, by your values every day. And if you do that, things will be fine. Don't worry about anything else.
Oliver?
What can I add? On a more serious note, expectations for companies have been rising, particularly in society. I was told when I went to university, it's only the shareholder return that matters, and then we created some additional things coming back. In this country, we've always had to worry about the balance in society with the workforce, and Allianz, for example, is one of the 25 most revered companies on the world now in terms of workforce representation and respect. When I started as CEO, we had 17% of employee shareholders, now it's 75%, right? So you can do both. But the key thing is we need to have more impact on society on very basic things. And when you go back to the history of this country, large corporations were not just offering jobs and dividends, they were also helping to build and rebuild education, build the universities, and we have to do a lot more. We will have to do a lot more because apparently public administrations have a hard time doing it.
Thank you so much for a spirited conversation, Oliver Bette and Larry Fink. Thank you.
Thank you. So we now have a coffee break, about 30 minutes, and then we start with the sessions. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please be back here at 10:30 for the next session, Globalization Amid Fragmentation, the changing... No, it's Chartering the Course, Global Strategies for the Energy Transition. Please welcome our moderator, Elif Begi Zaparoli.
Thank you. Maybe we also welcome our panelists. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Berlin Global Dialogue and to our discussion on charting the course, global strategies for energy transition. We are all very proud that energy investment has been increasing. More than 50%, close to 60% of global energy investment has been in renewables. And we now have, again, more than 15% of energy consumption in renewables. So great progress that we've made as a world. But we still have a long way to go, potentially, to meet the Paris targets of 1.5 to 2. And today, with our panel and ahead of COP29, we would like to have a set-the-stage conversation around where are we in energy transition, what have we achieved, what else should we be doing. And we're very honored that we have representatives around the table here that reflect different parts of energy transition. So with that, maybe I start introducing our panelists. We've got Dr. Fatih Birol, Executive Director of International Energy Agency. And the fun fact, so if you were to ask any of the Gen AI, Perplexity, or ChatGPT type tools, leading voice in energy transition, Dr. Birol's name comes as the first one. So very happy to have you. Then we've got Markus Kreber, head of CEO of RWE, a really very courageous, bold CEO who's taken RWE to one of the biggest corporate transformations in energy transition that we've seen. And of course, with the implementation of growing green strategy, really groundbreaking in terms of what you've been doing with RWE. So very keen to hear your journey and how you're seeing it. Welcome, Markus. And then we've got Jennifer Morgan, State Secretary and Special Envoy in International Climate Action, and someone who's dedicated her career in climate, in sustainability, and of course very involved with the international and global dynamics of energy transition and different regions and what does it mean. Welcome, Jennifer.
Thank you.
And we've got Natalie Osterling from JERA, which is the largest Japanese power generation company. Natalie leads the renewables aspect of it. She's an executive managing director. And of course, because energy transition is a global phenomenon, it's very important that we do take a global perspective to it. And of course, there's a lot of discussions, from a European perspective. We're in Berlin, but would be wonderful to have, Natalie, your views as to how it looks and experiences sitting, based in Japan from an Asia-Pacific perspective. So welcome. Thank you. So, Fatih Bey, I would like to start with you. Of course, International Energy Agency publishes a lot of data regarding where we are from an energy perspective. Investment, consumption, trends, technologies. You are also at the forefront of all of the international conversations, whether with sovereign actors or companies. You're really in the middle of a lot of international global diplomacy. So, and of course, we had the Climate Week in New York, a couple of days ago. You were both there. So where are we? If you were to set the stage for us, we've made progress, but where are we? If you were to almost grade us as a world, how would you grade us?
We are in Berlin. I am very happy to be in Berlin. First of all, I should say that thank you very much for hosting us, the German government. So, thank you very much for organizing this meeting. Maybe I could say in the beginning two things, that the clean energy is moving fast and faster than many people realize, and I want to give a couple of numbers. And second, try to explain why it is moving fast. What is the driver of that? So we at the IEA, as you mentioned, we publish a lot of reports, maybe too many, one per day, more or less, nowadays. And when we look at those numbers, I want to choose 3 of them to show you how strongly clean energy is moving. One, electricity generation. This is the biggest part of the energy sector. And every year around the world, in Europe, Asia, Africa, Latin America, everywhere, lots of new power plants are built. And when we look at them, this year, 85% of all new power plants built in the world are renewables. Alone, 85%. 5% nuclear, and 10% fossil fuels. So this is huge that the renewables, especially solar, is by far the #1 choice of governments around the world. Second, mobility. Electric cars are also going very strongly. 4 years ago, 1 out of 25 cars sold in the world was electric, 1 out of 25. And this year, more than 1 out of 5 cars sold is electric. And electric cars are becoming, first in China and soon somewhere else, cost competitive, the same price, with the traditional cars, the internal combustion engine cars. This is the second one. And third and the last data I want to give, which is for me the most telling one among all of them, which is money. We at the IEA look at all the investment the companies and governments are doing in the energy sector, oil, gas, pipelines, refineries, electricity, nuclear, solar, everything, the budget of the energy sector. 10 years ago, the budget of the entire budget of the energy sector was $2 trillion US. 1 trillion went for fossil fuels, 1 trillion for clean energy. And this year, the entire budget is $3 trillion US, and 2 trillion for clean energy and 1 trillion still for fossil fuels. So the clean energy moved from 1 trillion to 2 trillion in 10 years, a double. It's a big jump there. So this shows that the money is also pouring. Now, I want to finish by saying what is behind that? What is driving the clean energy transition? To be honest with you, as many of us may think or may wish to think, it is not the climate change which drives that. The main driver of clean energy today is the industrial policy, because many governments understood, many business understood, the next chapter of the economy will rely on the clean energy manufacturing. It is the electric cars, it is the batteries, it is the solar panels, wind, and others. So this is the, for example, today, the #1 clean energy manufacturer is China, and for China, it is the industrial policy. It is not only the climate change. This is #1. #2, driver is the energy security. Today, renewables are the best friends of energy security. Nobody can get hostage of the solar and wind, no other country, if it is in your own country. And when we have seen what we see in Europe, after Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the renewables increased very strongly in Europe, and by taking a lot of measures, and congratulations to the German government, by shortening the permitting times, and then as a response to energy security threats. And this is what we are seeing. And the third, the energy security, and the third one is, the third driver is the climate change. So energy security, industrial policy, and climate change are the main drivers of the clean energy transition, which is moving fast and faster than many of us realize.
Thank you very much, Fatih Bey. Marcus, if we can turn to you, and in the earlier session we had this morning, you already shared some very interesting perspectives on, at the end of the day, what are the most important drivers and maybe even obstacles or elephants in the room, as you've cited. So from, again, a large corporate who's really believed and committed in transition and committed a lot of investment, and the corporate identity of your company. How does it look? What does a very sophisticated, successful corporate journey look like?
Also from a corporate view, I can actually echo what Fatih said. I mean, also for a company, on company level, we have record level of renewable generation. We have record investment. For us, it's 100% clean technology. So we see also very strong demand for green energy. I don't find a customer who wants to buy 20 years of power, which is not clean. It needs to be 100% clean. So it's already obvious that the availability of green energy is a competitive advantage for certain countries. Now, when we look at the targets, we are unfortunately not nowhere near to reach the targets. So we need to also address the question, and that is where you are hinting, is what are the current challenges? So what do we need to overcome to be even more faster? And here I would like to highlight 3 things. So we always think as a corporate, where are the bottlenecks, where are the hurdles which we need to overcome? First thing is supply chain, the equipment we need. I think even the global manufacturing capacity of clean technology is not half of what we actually need to ensure that we reach the target. So we need to work together with the supply chain to ramp up capacity here. And since it's a global supply chain, it is affected by geopolitical tensions. So we have sometimes problems getting equipment in certain geographical areas. Second is coordination. We have focused a lot, I mean, also with certain governments to accelerate permitting and build more generation capacity. But now we have the limitations on the infrastructure, especially the electricity grid. We need massive investments in the grid. Otherwise, we find our renewable investments stranded. And in certain areas where we have very high penetration rates of renewables, the problem of intermittency needs to be addressed. So we need also a big push for storage and backup capacity. And the third one, where I don't have a solution, unfortunately, it's affordability. Because what changed over the last 5 years with inflationary environment and higher interest rates, the cost for renewable electricity have actually doubled. And that has become a problem for certain energy-intensive industries.
Thank you, Marcus. Jennifer, why don't we keep up with one of the things that Marcus said and something that IEA and Dr. Birol also talks a lot about, which is this concept of trade, right? This concept that when we talk about energy transition, it is a global phenomenon, it is an international phenomenon, but there are other considerations that go into that, like geopolitics. Mm-hmm. So given your experience, given where you sit, how do you think of the global coordination, the global trade, and some of those factors and sensitivities helping or potentially hindering the global energy transition that we're in, especially recently, right? Because maybe from a globalization, deglobalization perspective, we may have taken a slightly different turn over the last few years. I think it's fair to say, certainly since the pandemic, for various reasons.
I mean, there's different components of that. I think the first is the intensity of actually the impacts of climate change that are hitting now, and to bring that into our conversation as well, because that impacts supply chains. It increases cost to society. And often I think we have these conversations about energy transition, but we actually don't look at what the alternative is if we don't shift and the costs from that. And I think that has an impact also globally in terms of how countries are able to cope, the security implications that come from that, the increased conflict that comes from that, I think are all very important factors as well. The second is I really feel as if the geopolitics of energy is shifting beneath our feet. Mm-hmm. Because countries that never dreamt that they could be energy superpowers, and meet their own energy needs, first from renewable energy, are now seeing they can do that, but also they can be exporters. And so that is shifting, because all of a sudden there's countries that see an opportunity in energy that they didn't formerly have. And of course, you have fossil fuel producing countries or exporting countries that all of a sudden are challenged by this and need to diversify their economies. And we do quite a lot of work. I think what it means is, from a German perspective, we have over 40 partnerships with countries on energy and climate, because the markets are shifting. There's uncertainties. We know we're going to remain an import nation as we phase out, but also continue to import. And so those different factors, they bring uncertainty, but I actually see more opportunity, partially from what Fatih said, because the numbers are moving so quickly, because I think if you look east and west from here, if you look to China, if you look to the United States, you are seeing a pace and scale of change that I think means it is inevitable what's happening. The question is who diversifies most quickly from those export countries? What is the carbon intensity of their export? And whether or not we can work with the complexity that exists. I think when we talk about challenges, that's one that keeps me up a little bit at night, because we are working to do something unprecedented, shifting our energy system in a very short time period, because we waited too long, frankly, to really get serious about the climate crisis. And all the different pieces that need to move together when you are building new interests, but you still have vested interests that aren't quite ready to move yet. I think those are some of the key things we're working on.
Thank you, Jennifer. Staying in that global theme, Natalie, will you give us the Asia-Pacific perspective, Japan and other places that JERA is present in? Because clearly different regions have different challenges, different opportunities, different priorities, different cost curves, right? How does it look from your perspective, from an Asia-Pacific perspective?
It's really interesting. I've been a part of, let's say, the energy transition for almost 20 years when the first offshore wind farms and renewables were built here in Europe. So I've lived a very Eurocentristic view, and I moved to Japan 3.5 years ago, and it kind of opened my eyes. To tell you a story, I have a map of the world in my office where Japan is at the center of the map, and I'd never seen a map of the world where Europe is not at the center. So it just it's something. I've taken the map with me. I've moved to London now, and the map is still in my office because I tell this story all the time. But it's really important because the energy transition and how it actually has worked and how Europe has led the way has been fantastic, and it's great, and it has brought a lot of economic growth to Europe and to European manufacturing and to European jobs, etc. But if you look at Asia, the situation is very, very different. If you take the example of Japan are islands. It's completely independent. There is no interconnection to any country whatsoever. It's completely dependent on import. Also, it has the history of what happened in Fukushima, and I have to explain that JERA was actually created in the slipstream of that event. So we have like 75 gigawatts of thermal power. There are not a lot of options to create an energy mix in Japan that is balanced when you're so dependent on import. And if you look at all of our activities globally and also in Asia, we have a lot of investments in countries like the Philippines, but also Taiwan. There's lots of geopolitical issues in the area, but also the cost of energy is still really important. There's the first priority there is to close a lot of the coal plants, maybe transition into gas, and then try and build as much renewables as we can. But the energy system in Asia is very different than the energy system we see in the US or in Europe. If you go to countries like India or you go to countries like the Philippines or Vietnam, you can see the problems and what we need to tackle in how to bring this forward very tangibly over there.
Thank you, Natalie. This session is supposed to be interactive, so we're of course also inviting all of the audience and guests to ask questions. Please raise your hands. I know that we've got some young participants, and there were some questions that I'd like to ask on their behalf, which is about the transition energy sources. And I think, Marcus, you're calling them the flex generation. So basically natural gas and nuclear. Can we have maybe, Fatih, start with you, the role of nuclear and natural gas in this transition, and Marcus, yourself as well.
With pleasure. But since you said it's interactive, there is one word you use, Mrs. Zaporelli. This is, I think we will hear this in the energy debate, discussions, policy deliberations allowed, which is trade. I want to say a few words on that. Because now, I understand Asia is different, but not that different as well. Because today, when we talk about the clean energy, the champion by far is China, not Europe. Sorry for that. I mean, this is not, and China is the leading, and India is coming very quickly, especially in terms of solar. Now, when I look at around the world, China is definitely dominating the clean energy manufacturing and exporting, and will export. United States has its own program, the Inflation Reduction Act, giving a big boost to its domestic manufacturing, clean manufacturing capacity. And India has also production-linked incentives, a similar one like the IRA. What will happen is that among the countries, we are going to see more and more building trade barriers. So these trade barriers, they have a legitimate ground because countries would like to protect their own industries vis-à-vis others. There is a legitimate basis on that. But if not well designed, it may well lead to slowing down of the clean energy transition because the cost may go up. You don't choose the cheapest option. So therefore, it is very important to find the right balance, and you mentioned our publications. We are having a publication on this as well. Whatever topic you tell me, we have a publication. This one is coming on trade. And Jennifer mentioned the fossil fuel exporters, but our numbers will show that the trade of clean energy products may soon compare with the fossil fuel trade. So there's another trade coming there. So be careful. So this is one thing I wanted to say, the trade. You are completely right there. It's a nerve center of many problems, many issues now. Coming back to nuclear, now I'm in Germany, in Berlin, I underline this, but I still tell what I think. So I believe in the countries where it is accepted by the population, nuclear has a role to play. But the big chunk of the global energy mix will be still renewables, but nuclear has a role to play. And when I look at around the world today, nuclear is making a comeback for three ways. In some countries, nuclear power plants who are about to retire or retired, there will be lifetime extensions, such as in the United States, in Canada, in France, and in Japan. There will be restarts in Japan and Korea. This is one. Second is some countries are building their first nuclear power plants. In Europe, for example, Poland is a good example there. And third, new nuclear technology, small modular reactors are getting a lot of attention and also the interest there. And nuclear is making a comeback, not because of, again, it is climate benefits, but it is coming because of this energy security. People want to generate electricity at home. This is the thing. Of course, as all the technologies, nuclear has its own challenges. The biggest challenge is the financing. It requires a huge amount of money for the first down payment. This is one challenge. Second, nuclear industry has a very bad reputation. Most of them never finish the projects on time and on budget. There are always delays and cost overruns. And third, we have an issue of where we get the fuel, the uranium from. There is a need for diversification and the waste disposal there. So putting it all together, I see that nuclear is making a comeback back in many countries, and whether or not this will turn to real projects and the big wave, as we have seen after the first oil crisis in 1970s, that the first fleet of nuclear power plants is something yet to be seen. But I see this movement around the world.
Marcus, your perspective, again, I think flex generation is your terminology in terms of describing these transition ways of generation. And then, of course, your comments on trade, because as a global company, I know that you're very much in the middle of this conflict of, yes, there is an advantage of having it at home, but then there is a cost disadvantage potentially.
Yeah, I think that is that is exactly what Fatih said. What we face, we currently have a construction program of almost $8 billion in the US, and of course you think about potential measures after the election which would make it more difficult or more costly, and that already now slows things down because you don't want to be too exposed to new trade policies. And it's exactly that we need a framework where you find the right balance to bring jobs locally, because we clearly see that the acceptance for the energy transition by the people is much higher when they see the good jobs close to them. But also to avoid driving costs. On nuclear, you were very polite being in Berlin here. There's a very interesting discussion you have with American colleagues. When the Americans look at Europe as one country, they always say the generation mix looks very balanced. But when you look a bit deeper, you see that one country is 100% focused on nuclear, and next border, one is 100% exiting. So as Europe as a whole, it looks quite balanced. Coming to your flex generation point, first of all, I think we need to be clear that nuclear is not the best friend of renewables. Nuclear needs to run baseload. So we cannot ramp down and up nuclear plants because renewables produce. When you design a system of nuclear, renewables, and flexible generation, maybe nuclear does X%, and 100 minus X is done by renewables and flexible generation. Because otherwise the economics of nuclear will be destroyed. I think there are already discussions in France about exactly that economic phenomenon. And I think it's a political decision whether you go nuclear or not. You can still design a system without nuclear. But then you need backup capacity, and that depends especially on seasonal demand. In areas like California, batteries can do a big trick because, I mean, you typically have daily patterns. But at the East Coast in the US or in Europe, where you have very high demand in winter and heating, you need more than just storage. You need a different backup capacity system. And here in Germany, we need to replace coal by gas with the clear vision to run it one day on hydrogen. Because without that, if we don't build it in parallel, we can never exit coal, which would, of course, be for a country like our home country here, I mean, a disaster.
Can I come in?
Yes, please. So
maybe on a couple of different points. So I think, first of all, on Asia, I mean, I spend quite a lot of time in Asia, and I think it is so diverse. I think the changes that are happening in China, China met its renewable energy goals 6 years early, 1,200 gigawatts of renewables. A large portion of the growth in China's economy right now is from these innovation technology areas. So I don't think that's going to slow down anytime soon. I think the biggest challenge there, and that's what we are working on here, is how you combine energy security, economic security, and climate security together. And you always have to bring that climate security piece in. It may be now that it's industrial policy, but if you don't think the climate security piece in, then you bank on nuclear, but nuclear is not going to help us by 2030. It's too expensive. It's all of the things you know, and the technologies aren't there yet. All of the risks, and then you also
except the lifetime extensions, of course.
The lifetime extensions, countries, we don't want to do that, but countries are choosing to do that. That's a risk. It's all a risk question, right? What populations are ready to accept. But I think the dynamism in Asia and what happens also in, again, the countries that are seeing the opportunities and are also vulnerable to climate impacts, where India goes, I see as fundamental. And Japan, I was there recently, I found it fascinating because a few years ago, they didn't have any renewables, right? Now, I think it's around 10% or something like that, right?
Yes.
So to there, I think this comes in the trade and the energy security piece. My understanding is they're on the cusp of maybe patenting some new technologies in solar and in offshore wind, and then they're more independent from Chinese imports of those technologies. So we have to be thinking all of these things together. On nuclear, I think the pace and scale that's happening around renewables and grid, I wanted to bring the grid in the room because I think that is what I hear everywhere, is having a flexible grid, combining renewables with storage and that kind of a flexible grid. That's what we're working on with many countries around the world. And the nuclear piece, maybe some will come back, but the numbers just don't compare, Fatih. I mean, between what's happening on the renewable side of things. So I think even if you think those three things together and you're looking at new nuclear power, my worry is that countries use climate as a reason, right, to build new nuclear. But we also know that if we don't have global emissions by 2030, we're not going to be in any shape. Also, the security implications.
You are right. I mean, building a new nuclear power plant takes several years. Solar panel for 2 years maximum. But I am talking about the lifetime extension of the existing nuclear power plants, which can be easily available. And but if you decide to build a nuclear power plant today, it will not be ready for 2030. I agree with you there.
And I think gas is, that of course that's the big debate right now, right? We all agreed last year in Dubai to transition away from fossil fuels and to triple renewables and double efficiency. And I think when you have a 2045 binding climate neutrality goal, then you have to think that with as well. It's not an ever-ending kind of a resource. We have to bring climate into the room. I think often these energy discussions happen without really realizing what's happening around the world on the climate impacts, and we need to do that. And that has an impact, therefore, on how long fossil fuels. I mean, we know, IEA found no new fossil fuel installations should be installed, right?
Yeah, and also what you see is that growth goes hand in hand with industrial policy and also long-term vision. And then trying to make that work in combination, policy setting happens in 4 years at a time or 5 years at a time. The energy transition is a long-term thing. It's something you need to look over different governments that follow after each other. And it's really important, and what you see that really works in China is that the industrial policy is really the driver behind it. I think in Europe also we forgot that we were once a manufacturing nation and now we're not anymore. And with everything that happened with Ukraine, etc., and energy independence being so important, it becomes really important to think how do you match the industrial policy with actually the goals that we want to achieve, and also have a vision on where are we going. And for each and every country and for each and every region, that will look very different because the energy mix looks very different in all of the regions, but at least having the vision. And it can be wrong or right in hindsight. 10 years ago, Germany took some decisions, and people can argue whether those were the right or the wrong decisions. But you can only look back, the only way is forward, to look at the future, and putting that vision out there is really important.
Maybe picking up on this point of intergenerational versus the current political environment we're in, at least in democracies, that we have cycles which are much, much shorter. I think this was discussed at another of our venues. So there is this reality that energy transition is a long game, right? It does have to do with, multiple generations, whereas in democracies, decision-making is shorter. Yeah. 4 years, maybe in the US, when you bring in the Congress, 2 years or so. And of course, you've got the China example out there where there isn't that, let's say, conflict potentially, but that's another discussion because there aren't, maybe we don't want to give up democracy and, the way of life from that perspective. How do we think of that? Is that a potential conflict? Is there a way of resolving it? How do we think of that?
I think it's all about putting people at the center. If you put people at the center in your decision making, and you have that long-term vision of net zero, right? That's where we need to get in different time frames, but 2050, we all need to be there. And the road is going to be bumpy along the way with ups and downs. But if in your decision making you put people at the center, when you're looking at doing shorter term policies, which then you make sure that you're working with people to understand what their concerns are. You make sure that the most vulnerable populations in your countries aren't the ones that might be impacted by higher costs. You look also at how you can be shaping your policies also to make sure that the speed happens, because your citizens are very varied. I mean, look in Germany. We have youth who are desperate. They are very scared about the climate challenge, not the climate challenge, they're very scared about climate change. And then you have people who are very worried about higher costs, about things that are coming that they don't necessarily understand or don't want. And so by creating those types of dialogues, I think, and by spending extra time by putting people in the center of a just transition. So most recently I was in South Africa, which is going through a just energy transition with a new government of national unity, very impressive, but the process of how to get there, of putting people in the center, then looking at actually the policies of actually there. And once your renewables start happening, how do those benefits get shared? So that you're building constituencies as you go, and you're listening to them and giving and taking. And I think we've learned a lot over the last years, and that needs to be much more front and center.
I think it's a very important topic that we discuss the interaction between the political cycle, good policies and implementation. And here a lot has gone wrong. What I have observed is that to avoid immediate action in the last decades, we have always discussed long-term targets. Let's go for more aggressive climate protection targets. So, or let's exit nuclear, like in Germany. But no good policy to implement anything. So on the nuclear side, the big mistake was actually that we haven't got any incentive to build anything to replace it in the last decade. Yeah? And I see that we fall into the same trap now that we see the challenges of the energy transition, and there is a big dream of new technology like fusion. Fusion might solve the problem of our later generations, but it's not going to contribute significantly by 2050, or a new build of nuclears. I mean, lifetime extension is something else, what is already there. But we need good policies, and I would like to focus the politicians not on long-term targets or directions, but what can be done to accelerate things in their term, in the next 4 years. Let's talk about permitting. Let's talk about global trade, of supply chain. Let's talk about coordination of grid and renewable builds out. And we should not discuss whether we achieve a target which is out in 2040 and all this long term. We need to discuss good policies. And here we have examples, and the IRA is one of them, which is well thought through, and we probably have, I mean, bipartisan support even for the IRA after the election, because it combines the different things. It gives an incentive to invest. It's very pragmatic, not overly micromanaged. It creates good jobs in the countries, and it brings down energy costs.
Yes.
Okay. So if I may, I mean, intergenerational issue, and of course, the democracies and the differences there. But there is one other issue that I want to underline, which is the rich countries versus the emerging countries. I mentioned that we are having this year 3 trillion of clean energy investment. This is very good. This is not in line to bring us to our climate targets, but it is not bad at all. But the bad news within that is the following: 85% of this 3 trillion is happening in the rich countries and China. 15% is happening only in the countries where you have more than 2/3 of the global population. So first, it is not just, as Jennifer was saying, in a national one and international one. And the second, it doesn't help anybody, because climate change is so that 1 ton of CO2, carbon dioxide, going to atmosphere from Jakarta or from Detroit or from Hanover or from Stockholm or Johannesburg, it has the same effect on everybody. So the emissions don't have a passport. So therefore, even for the rich countries' own interest, just for selfish interest, it is important that the emissions in the other countries should also go down. So from that angle, I see the problem is the following. We need to go to global solutions in a world where the fragmentation is getting more and more, how shall I say, serious. So this, I see, this is the default line of our fight against climate change, is not the choice of technology, but how we are going to finance the clean energy investment in developing countries in a world where everybody looks after himself or herself, and there's a fragmentation.
Yes. And who's the arbitrator of that global policy, right? I mean, that's the challenge of a global problem that actually doesn't have a global counterparty to address it with. So if we take that as given, right? If we take that there is fragmentation and, you know, we do have nation states and we are where we are, in terms of that developed, less developed division, that it is 85% and it's 15%, potentially reasons for that, Fatih Bey, is financing. But how do you see, I mean, is that the reason, or are there other issues like regulation or energy security? Because maybe if we can sort of ask the proper question, then we can have the proper answer to it.
Yeah. I think the main reason is to summarize with 3 words, cost of capital in the emerging countries. If you want to build a solar panel in Africa, compared to Belgium, the cost is 4 times higher because of the risk of the money. Nobody wants to go there. How are we going to find ways to de-risk it? And I give you one number, which is very, I mean, if you didn't ask for this, but this is one of the, shows the inequalities in the world. If you ask me, choose one number. Let's think about the sub-Saharan Africa. First of all, every second person, 50% population have no electricity, number 1. Number 2, the biggest chunk of the solar radiation comes to Africa compared to no other continent in the world. Yet, the amount of solar electricity we generate, the Africans generate, in the entire sub-Saharan Africa is less than the solar electricity generated in Belgium. Think about the map. How many people live there and how many people live in Belgium is a great country, I have no problem with it. But to show how, I mean, it is really, and they don't have electricity, this is so simple. When you don't have electricity, the health system, school system, telecom, you don't have any of these things. So just to tell you the discrepancy there, which is really troubling.
And from a practical point of view, you're absolutely right, and I'm sure you will see the same. If we, with JRNX, we look at global expansion and where you do projects, and you look at the whack of projects everywhere around the world, you will probably not end up in Africa. If you have $1 billion to spend as an investment, then you have other options of other countries that you go to first. But how to solve that, I think that's another question.
I think a couple of things. One is on the financing. This is the crux of it, and this is an issue where we may not have a global energy organization, but we do have the Paris Agreement. And within the Paris Agreement, every country next year has to put a new climate action plan on the table for 2035. In those climate action plans, that's where the policy should be coming, I totally agree, for the time period up to there so that you can be actually achieving that long-term goal. And so I think that's one area where we're working very actively to say, okay, how can you get that long, loud legal certainty that investors need to get those investments? But that won't be enough. So that's one of the issues, right? But how do we get those framework conditions in place? And we're seeing that in different countries that are working on just energy transition partnerships. When they have the framework conditions in place, the policies and measures, that's when the investment comes. But we know also that the cost of capital is so high. So one thing that Germany has been working on is I came back from the Africa Climate Summit listening to President Ruto, whose numbers were even higher than what you just mentioned of the difference to invest in Europe to Africa. I think he said 8 times more expensive, but either way, it's big. And we said, okay, what's the problem here? And so what we found from different institutions that are in the financial world is the issue of guarantees and the risks. So what we've started is a green guarantee group to bring together the different actors within the financial sector across the board to create a platform to say, how can we increase the use of guarantees in the different types of guarantees that are needed to bring down the risks where we can, so that we can be scaling up these, whether it be in Africa, which is a very big priority. We are part of the accelerated partnership for renewable energy in Africa with 7 countries that want to go 100% renewables in Africa. But that's what we, it's and right now they're underutilized. They're very much underutilized. So I think that's one piece of the puzzle. I think the framework is a piece of the puzzle. And I want to bring the other question is the skills and making sure that also countries have skilled workers to be able to implement the transition. And investing in that as well is a big priority. And that's, of course, the opportunity. That's why countries want to go more into renewables as well. They see the opportunities that are there in jobs.
I'll come to you, Marcus. Before then, just one comment. So as Bank of America, we're very committed to sustainable finance. We have committed to invest $1.5 trillion by 2030, and we're already close to $600 billion. But this concept of guarantees is exactly what is disabling the leveraging of the private and the public money, which is we should be able to de-risk an investment, right? I mean, there needs to be a cost of capital risk chain where certain investors come depending on their risk appetites, their mandates, etc. Right now, there is no such mechanism. Therefore, when you go and try to do a project in Africa, you have to take on the entirety of the risk, whereas many institutions are not equipped for that, right? So that lack of standardization of guarantees in particular, and what's also interesting, Jennifer, is, of course, there could be a lot of bilateral lending, but I think, again, IEA has published the DFI volumes. They're not that large. I mean, they are not even $60 billion a year. So when you think of the amounts of money we need, bilateral lending isn't getting us there.
Great.
Somehow we need to leverage. And what is that leverage? You create the guarantee of the MDB, of the DFI, of whatever, maybe even single governments, and then bring in the public markets, the capital markets. But that standardization, Jennifer, if you guys could get there, I think there would be a lot of banks, being a part of that.
I think we need, for another part, we also need standardization, because for me, the global aspect has 2 elements. The one we discussed, I agree with everything what has been said on financing and guarantees for investments in certain countries. The other thing is, I strongly believe that we need a very economic, rational approach to the energy transition. We need to spend the money where we achieve the highest benefit of CO2 emission avoidance first, because that brings the cost down of fighting global climate change. And we have already achieved in certain countries levels of decarbonization where spending additional money on decarbonization is very expensive. We have some measures where we have implicit carbon abatement costs of 2, 3, 4, 500 euros per ton. If you put the same money in other parts of the world, we would probably save 10 to 20 times as much CO2. But what is missing is a global standard and also on carbon accounting. I mean, there were many trials and all these offset projects were compromised because compliance issues and so on. So besides the global financing, we also need a certified system of carbon accounting. And I mean, there is now the push for VERs, voluntary emission reduction certificates, but there we need a global body who certificates these investments, that we allow some offsetting, because you would achieve a much higher effect globally than continuing investing in your home country.
That has huge equity implications, though, because many of those countries have their own targets and their own goals, and they want to transform their economies. So that if you have an offset mechanism where they implement a project and then export that credit, then they can't count it for their own reduction. And we do need the standards, and I think we're working very hard so that they can be very high quality standards, because we've seen since Kyoto we haven't really fixed the problems. And I think, and the German government is very much precautionary principle here, we want to get the standards at this upcoming COP. but looking at other financial mechanisms. I think if you look to Brazil, they're looking at a whole range of different mechanisms, what they can be doing through domestic resource mobilization, what is their own country platform, how their bank, BNDES, is engaging. You know, how are they bringing in a carbon market rather than an offset market? So putting a price on carbon and then reinvesting it in their economy. And then where do they really need the global support? Well, they have some proposals on that as well. And that's the discussion we're having at the COP this year, is how we move forward on the whole financing piece. And I just think the G20, Brazil has done a very good job this year. They've brought together the finance track and the climate track together in a task force, because we speak different languages. We don't talk enough to each other. And I think they've really worked to bring those things together and get quite a sophisticated approach of, okay, if you want to scale up renewables, what do you need? If you want to do restoration of nature, what do you need? How do you make it so that it's much more affordable? Agree, that's needed. And I think breaking through those bottlenecks, bringing in the risks through the supply chains in ways that private banks need to be looking at more seriously. All those things, I think, are needed.
I want to come to COP29, 30 and G20, but first we have an audience question from BGD Young Voices. Can we have that?
Well, does it work? Yeah, thank you. My name is Gabor, originally from Hungary, and I'm an MBA student here at the ESMT. Ms. Morgan raised a thought on the skilled labor and why we are at the school. I'm interested in your thoughts as business leaders, thought leaders in the green talent shortage problem. First on this, and second, if there is such, then how do we solve it, and how do the public and private players work together on solving this?
I can start, but sitting here with experts. I mean, I think, so great question. I'll look at you while I'm talking so that I can answer you. I think it happens on many different levels, and I think part of it is actually everything from looking at our vocational education around the world and making sure that that these skills that are needed for the green transition are in the curriculum. It's something that we're working on with South African vocational colleges, right, to bring that in into the training itself. I think there's also, mentioned these national climate plans, actually making the modeling on, okay, if you're going for 80% renewables by 2030, if you want to have a circular economy, then what are the skills that you actually need? And then looking at how you bring that in your all-of-government approach into your education system. And then I think there's a big role also of the private sector. I know often in Davos, there's conversations with companies about how they, Salesforce, various companies are actually trying to see how they can be matchmaking around the world. I think that'll be a discussion at this year's COP, but I know for Brazil it'll be a very big priority. And I think we need to be much more systemic about it. In Germany, I think you have companies that are working internationally, and because of the dual system that we have here, that's something that we're implementing in other countries, but it's a gap. It's one that's been identified by the IEA and IRENA, and I think we need much more profile for it.
May I add something
Please.
to you? Just one thought and one concrete example of yesterday, in fact. Thought is the following. When you look at the universities in many parts of the world, you see that the enrollment of the young students in the clean energy, new technologies is increasing, and for traditional energy sources is decreasing. This is number one. Number two, which I think is important, at least for me as the head of the IEA, we are getting, this is a lot of new stuff from the traditional energy companies to IEA, which surprises me because this Friday, this Monday, yesterday, I talked with one of them. Yeah, why did you come to IEA? It's a bizarre question to ask after they come, but because her salary is cut by 1/3. Why do you cut your salary? And said, I want to do something which I believe is good for everybody. So this is really, I am really, I thought this type of thoughts or motivations are gone. I was very happy and encouraged to hear that this company that she was working is paying much more than we are paying, and our contracts are much shorter term. But we are a great organization, by the way, if you want to apply, you can apply. So this is another driver. I think people are seeing where they work. Does it make the world a better place or not? Is it also a criteria for choosing the future profession?
And maybe if I can pick in, I think it's a brilliant question, and I think it's something I personally believe very strongly in. 20 years ago, we didn't have a lot of education in universities or other that were really pinpointed at energy or the energy transition. You see this growing. I think as companies, we can do a lot more. We have set up MBA programs. We have done from Japan acquisition in Europe, because you see that the capabilities for the energy transition are still mostly focused in Europe, because a lot of that build-up over the last 10 years of that expertise and that experience has developed over here. But for us, this acquisition was also to cross those borders. So we have set up programs where we're sending multiple young people to Europe and to the US to train and work together with other people, and also cross-pollinate, sending people from Europe to regions in Asia and to regions in Japan. It's also about supporting women to go into STEM. Like, I feel very strongly about that. 20 years ago, nobody told me that I could be an engineer. Now I would push everybody to at least try, if you would want to, of course. But there's a lot of things we can do. I think there's a lot that can be done on the regulatory side, but I think a lot of the companies are driving this. And we see at JERA, because we're the biggest utility in Japan, we get an influx of, I think, about 200 young graduates every year that join the company, and they usually stay for the rest of their lives. That's how the system works. And every time that these new graduates start, I do lunches and I meet with them and I ask them the question, why did you join JERA? And a lot of these young people say, it's because you were the first company in Japan to push to go for decarbonization by 2050. They really believe in this, and it's a real attraction point as well. So we also have to own up to that in a sense.
It comes back to the comment you made, right, Jennifer? Putting people at the center. I think at the end of it, if that's achieved. If there are any other questions from the audience, please raise your hand.
There's a lady there.
Please.
Too high for me. Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much for the discussion. If you can't tell from my energy, I'm really, really excited by the discussion that the panel has today. So I'm Niken, and I'm a climate change and industrial decarbonization advocate, and I'm also a representative for the Young Voice program from New South Wales, Australia. So the panel agrees that the industrial policy is the key main driver for energy transition, but you also agree that this is a long-term and intergenerational issues that we have to tackle together. However, given the potential for government changes, shifting of regulation, and therefore potential risk of policy reversals, how do we make sure that we have the right change management in place across this different generation, making sure that, like what Marcus said, that we are delivering the short term, but also we are not losing focus on the long-term goal. And this is one of the risks that was raised by the industries as well when I was developing industrial decarbonization for New South Wales in Australia. So what do you think needs to be in place to make sure that policy consistency? Thank you.
I start as a company because we discuss it internally very intensively. The basis for our investment, I mean, we invest 50 billion until 2030. The basis for our investment is that we have a good investment framework and environment. And that in the end starts with a general consensus in society that these investments need to happen. So we need to always look through the next election cycle, because we have, with our investments, lead times of 8 years. So it's always longer than any election cycle. And that is why stability is so important. If you lose trust that there is a general consensus in the society, then you slow down your investments. And everything that governments can do, bipartisan bills in the US and things like that, where you can be sure that the fundamentals of your investment strategy are not shaken by a change in government, are helpful for this transition.
So please, I hope at the end of the day, we are not going to choose clean energy transition democracy. Democracy is very good. I am very happy. It's a slow transition, but a good democracy, rather than the other way around. So I should tell you that to make it clear. Not that you are saying this, but there are some thoughts on that. So this is the problem with the energy world. Is the energy investments and energy, the fleet and everything they have a long lifetime, as Marcus mentioned. In the IT sector, the one telephone we have is 2-3 years of time. But if you build a power plant, it is 40-50 years with you. So therefore, there is a need for a long-term view strategy. And this is extremely important for the governments to lay down the strategy and give the confidence to the investors that they will not make a zigzag here. It is one of the pitfalls of the democracy which we love.
I mean, I think policy frameworks, I mean, they're not necessarily just for 2 years. I mean, if the policies are done well, that it does represent kind of the center of society, right? We've just gone through this in the European Union. The Green Deal is still a center of European policy moving forward in President von der Leyen's commission that she has put forward and the Parliament. And now you see a prioritization on the clean industrial deal to also make sure and work with self-confidence as Europe that we are competing well in the world. I think the other two pieces I would add, one is an accountability mechanism. What are the accountability mechanisms? What are the enforcement mechanisms that can come in? And I think a big piece that often is underestimated is the importance of communication. So I think media around the world covers a lot about the costs, the challenges, the problems, etc. I don't see as many stories about the local startup that's now a billionaire. I don't see a lot of stories about, actually in the United States, I see more than in the German media. There was recently, a couple weeks ago, a great story about the challenges in Minnesota of shifting away from a coal plant, the concerns of the community, how the jobs are being transferred, all of these types of things. And therefore, I think it behooves all of us who are involved in this field to be communicating, to be not only talking about the facts, which the IEA gives us, and sharing those facts, but also to be working with people and getting those stories out of people. Because oftentimes I think in Germany there is so much happening on the ground. In Europe there is so much happening on the ground. But I don't think people actually know that that's happening and know that the jobs that are being created also in small, medium-sized enterprises are that big. So I would add in communications as part of the implementation strategy. You can't just do the law and then go away. No, you have to stay at it.
Yeah, and as a large energy company, you're in this for the long haul. Like you're in this with a long-term view. Like as Marcus says, governments change, but you want to create value for your shareholders. You want to create value going forward. So you move at a specific speed, and everything is cyclical. Everything will change. The economy will change, like the market dynamics will change, but you still need to keep a course and be flexible on how to get there. And you need to bring people with you. I see that a lot with a lot of the young people as well. You need to create a storyline that people are happy to support and that people are happy to invest in as well. And what you said is so true. I think it was last week I was at the Wind Europe fair in Hamburg, and there was also a lot of discussion about it's so difficult for the energy sector now, and it's so difficult for the renewable sector. And yes, that is all absolutely true, but you also have to stay positive, I think, and celebrate your small wins. And I think that also brings in people and brings in more people that want to drive the change and want to drive the energy transition and try to invent new things or think outside of the box or be innovative. Because every small win of every project that you realize somewhere in the world can create a spark for somebody else to try and push forward on it.
Of course. In the topic of political cycles, obviously we've got important elections coming up in November, and not only the US is the largest economy in the world, but we've had references to the IRA, and as a very successful implementation of policy, it is an industrial policy. Also, of course, we've got the history with the Paris Agreement. So do we think election outcome in the US is going to have an impact in the way we think energy transition? Do you think of this or another cycle? Anyone?
Let's refer to what Fatih said, that we all love democracy. So,
exactly. Thank you very much.
Let's look through it. And in the end, of course, policies matter, especially when it comes to long-term investment frameworks. But what is the determining factor behind it? It's technology. And that's going back to the beginning of the discussion. What is actually the cheapest source of energy in the future? It is renewables, it's not fossil. And of course, demand. What do people want? And already today we see significant buying activity also from the corporate sector in the US for green energy. There is no obligation. They have no obligation to do that, but they still do it. So when I look at the demand side and the technology side, I'm optimistic that with another point of view now, maybe very short-term political measures are just noise, but in the end, technology and what the consumers want will determine what's going to happen.
I look at the numbers all the time, and then I look at more in the US, the poll numbers, what's happening in Pennsylvania, in Wisconsin. I now learn all the counties in Pennsylvania. I didn't know anything of that. So this is to understand what is going on, to make something. But I agree with Markus. I don't know, even if there was a government who didn't believe in the clean energy or environmental sensitivities, I would be very surprised at the end of the day if United States, the economy, would change its mind to leave the competition with China and Europe for the next chapter of the global economy, which is the clean energy manufacturing, where the jobs are, where the exports are.
I can just say from my travels that we have a clean economy bridge with Germany and the United States on the subnational level. I was recently in South Carolina, North Carolina, and Georgia. They are now saying we're no longer the Bible Belt, we're the battery belt, right? And those jobs that are coming and the investment that is coming and the opportunities that are coming and the growth that is coming to those states, I think those governors are pretty committed to moving forward and seeing the benefits of it. So I think I agree. I think that piece of it is shifting, and that's part of this political economy that shifts over time. Not fast enough yet, but it's moving, I mean, in the renewable side of things. And I think that is quite important. I think obviously we're wide-eyed about different implications. I think I can just say, having been in New York last week and all the conversations I have around the world, there is no doubt that every other country, if there were to be a repeat of the first Trump administration of withdrawing from the Paris Agreement, then the world went forward and implemented, and I think even more so now, I feel that determination, noting the difficulty, noting the challenges, not being naive about it, but also not being naive, as I said at the beginning, about the impacts that people are experiencing in their countries. We had a session last week with small island states. And that's, that's small islands, that's not North Carolina that has just been hit heavily by that storm. So I think those factors shake it up a bit. Lots of uncertainty that will come in, but I think the economics all around will keep driving that forward and through.
Any thoughts on it, Natalie?
Well, I think that last thing you said was really interesting. When I went to COP, I ended up sitting on a plane next to the King of Tonga. And it was a really fascinating man, and we were talking to each other about COP, etc., and I didn't know at first who this person was. And he was saying, yes, and I feel very strongly about this, and I really want to go here, because in 50 years' time, where I live, it's not going to exist anymore. And I said, what do you mean? It's the reality where people live in that is very, very different. Like, we're here, and we don't have any hurricanes in Europe, and you see what's going on in Florida. I have friends who live in Florida. But this has always, I will always remember this moment, because it was like such an aha moment for me, where this person said, look, I know my island is sinking, but I'm going to fight for it anyway. And it was very powerful.
Maybe a few minutes on COP29, because obviously it's ahead of us. It's a couple of weeks. What would be a success of this COP29? Because in COP28, there was a lot of thoughts as to what could be achieved, etc. How do you all think of COP29? I'm assuming as participants in it, potentially from a framework perspective and results perspective.
Now, COP28 was very successful, as you rightly mentioned. There were concrete outcomes, and it provided a roadmap for at least for the global energy sector, what needs to happen, what doesn't need to happen. What needs to happen was, as IEA has suggested, tripling the renewable capacity, doubling the energy efficiency, reducing methane, and transitioning away from fossil fuels. It is more than 200 countries signed up. This is excellent. So what I would expect from COP29 is how these targets are going to implement it. What are the implementation? For example, if I give you one example, three times the renewable capacity increase doesn't mean 3 times the renewable generation increase, because you can have the power plant, but to bring the power plant, the power produced there to the homes or the industries, you need grids. We are lacking of grids today. So that it's important that the grids is mentioned in the COP29. The battery storage is, for me, one of the most important technologies we have to deal with, and an ambition on those enablers of the COP28 targets should have an emphasis there. And perhaps the main issue, or another main issue, is the next financial support for the emerging and developing countries. There is a discussion going there. I am only worried about one thing. COP28 was very successful, and if we have too high expectations from COP29, and if it is not successful, as Jennifer mentioned in the communication side, there are people who are eager to celebrate every single bump on the road to clean energy transition. They will try to get the upper end. So therefore, I don't want to put the expectations too high. I hope there will be solid, good outcomes. And this will, the year after, it will go to, after Baku, hopefully successful meeting, it will go to Brazil, where I expect that the emerging countries' concerns will be heard in large terms.
I mean, you can be assured Germany and the EU will be working very hard to make sure we have very solid, ambitious, and fair outcomes in 2 areas, I think, to highlight. You mentioned both of them. One is, okay, we have these goals. How are they being implemented? What can we be doing multilaterally in order to be moving those forward? And there are some, you'd say, Maschinenraum, like engine room kind of negotiations that don't sound very exciting, but they're quite essential about how countries can work together. Whether in their next national climate plans, they put their tripling, their doubling, and their transitioning away from fossil fuels in there. And what initiatives are there on grids, et cetera. So really being able to say, look, The world was serious. We're moving forward on implementing what we found last year. And actually, and the IAEA and is doing work on this, tracking where countries are so that there can be some accountability of who's doing what moving forward. The second is finance. And this is the year, I think, where there is an opportunity to get this more right. You know, in Copenhagen, the developed countries agreed to fund $100 billion by 2025, yes, or 2020 rather. That was achieved now 2 years later. But that discussion was about this $100 billion. We know it's about so much more than that. So what we're really looking to do is to create a multi-layered approach, a new framework for finance, for climate, where yes, you have that public finance question, which I'll come back to, but then you also look at how can guarantees in private sector be leveraged, how can private sector be leveraged more through guarantees and other instruments? International financial sector reforms. How can we accelerate those? How do we deal with the debt crisis? Because many of these countries don't have the fiscal space to be doing anything. So you can see these, what innovative mechanisms can we be using to raise the funds for loss and damage, which is happening around the world. So kind of you can almost see it like an onion, leading out to a global investment goal of where we need to be getting to. At that core, though, you know, we need to have those public funds, which is a very challenging debate. And while the European Union is ready to continue to take the lead on that, we are also looking for countries that have grown tremendously since 1992 or have long historical emissions to also make a contribution into that so that we can be shifting that number that you said, that 85%. These funds need to be moving into developing countries. And that's a big outcome. We will work hard until the last minute. We will get it. I felt a lot of determination last week in New York. It's not going to be easy. It'll be very tricky and very challenging, but we've got to get there.
Okay. Any final words on this or any other topic?
No, I mean, as a representative of a corporate, I'm already happy that it will be about implementation and execution.
Yes, yes, of course. Natalie, any thoughts on your end?
Yeah, I think as I said, the road forward is very, very complex, and you can celebrate all the bumps or you can celebrate all of the successes. And I think it's mostly focusing on the latter one and joining forces with all of the stakeholders and the investors and the regulatory side to make this happen.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Please welcome our moderator, Karolina Cimoy.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I would like to welcome our distinguished guests for this panel. Let me start with Emma Marcegaglia. Marcegaglia, CEO of Marcegaglia Steels. She was also President of Business Europe, President of Coffee Industria, and President of ENI previously. Also honored to welcome the Minister of Finance from Saudi Arabia, Minister Al-Jadan. Welcome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Please take a seat here. Thank you so much. And Germany's Minister of Finance, Minister Lindner, should be here every second. We can definitely start. Minister Lindner will be here any second. We are living in a quite fragmented world. We've been hearing this during this first day of the conference. And one of the aims, as we've heard, of this conference is to build a common ground, or to at least get some ideas or where to find a common ground, right? So, Minister Al-Jadan, if I may start with you, trade can, of course, help to bring countries together. What is your take on this? How can we get there? How can we find a common ground with trade as an instrument?
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me, and for the institution, for Germany to hosting this actually very timely dialogue. And the key theme is actually telling, and it possibly answers your question of really building on common grounds. First of all, I am not pessimistic. Hello, Your Excellency.
Minister Lindner, welcome.
Hello, very nice to meet you.
Good to see you. Pleasure. So building, I mean, the theme of this dialogue is actually timely, building on common grounds. I am not pessimistic, to be honest. I am always an optimist. And I think ultimately we will find our way. But we need just to recognize that there are basic root causes for this, which is, we heard it in the first session, and I would repeat it in brief, which is basically there is a loss of trust within nations, and nations who actually had, over the last 3-4 decades, developed and grew. A lot of them neglected part of their society. I mean, the fact is it was not really an equal growth within societies. That then called for these segments of society who did not really benefit from the growth to call for politicians to do something about it. You know, for example, bring back industries into countries, as we have seen in the US and other parts of the world. But also it caused significant distrust within countries. And as you know, this started basically very clearly during the pandemic, when there was a big scramble around basic health needs, vaccines, etc., where people saw very clearly that countries are closing on themselves and trying just to protect their own people, rather than possibly allowing the supply chain to help other nations at the same time. The last point, I think, which is clearly is a lot of politics came in also. So the war between Russia and Ukraine, the Middle East war, and there are a lot of other really boiling situations around the world that has also caused that largely mistrust between nations. What does that do? People try to close on themselves, try to be independent, and as we have heard earlier in the morning, you get into the independence trap, which is actually causing inflation, largely causing significant inefficiencies in economies, and depriving particularly low-income countries from technologies, innovations, and support that they need as we are today.
Yeah. Trust is key, definitely, and especially for the private sector, of course. And your country is doing really well in the non-all GDP. It grew by 3.8%, and it's expected to grow even more this year. Now, how are you building this trust with the private sector? Is there a secret recipe you would like to share with us?
Well, there are multiple ways, and I've been talking about this a lot, actually. Not only for Saudi Arabia, but I can give you the example of Saudi Arabia. What do you need really for sustainable growth? You need long-term plans, clearly communicated, with policy positions that are stable, predictable. Private sector does not like changes too much and too high political risk, if I may say. So stable long-term plans that are communicated very clearly is one. Second is public investment that catalyzes private investment, and that is really key. Three is public-private partnerships, particularly in infrastructure, where the need of infrastructure is growing too high and there is limited public money. So you could actually catalyze a lot of private money through public-private partnership. And then, basically, you need to mobilize your nation. What happened in Saudi Arabia is a communication of Saudi Vision 2030 was made very clearly by a very ambitious leadership who are committed to this long-term plan, mobilize the nation with it. If you go into Saudi Arabia today, compare it to what it was only 7 years ago, it's a different nation.
Minister Lindner, he mentioned 4 important points: long-term plans, public investments, integrating the private sector, PPPs, and mobilizing the nation. Is that something we're doing in Germany?
I can continue where my friend Mohammed has just stopped. Well, the German challenge is to rebuild competitiveness. We have been losing competitiveness for more than a decade. We were ranked 6th in the global comparison, and now we are at 24th. And so we have to focus on supply-side measures, which means labor market, corporate taxation, bureaucratic burden, and the cost of energy. Our government has just presented a growth initiative which aims for improving these supply-side factors. Furthermore, we have started to invest in our infrastructure on an all-time high. So it's about 80 billion euros next year for grids, for the roads, for the digital grids. And so we are combining, mobilizing the private sector through social market policies with strengthening the public sector, and both combined will hopefully very soon bring back economic success to Germany. Because the turnaround potential in our country is very high, given our SMEs, intellectual property, private capital, which is available here. So we have very, very good starting conditions, but we need a turnaround.
How can you ensure, though, that the government will not only manage the risks, but also benefit from the returns? And is the private sector reacting to the stimulus you started?
Yes, the private sector is reacting. Just to give you an example, I've asked my team in the Ministry of Finance, why are insurances, for example, in Germany, investing less in asset classes like venture capital or private equity compared to France, under the same European conditions and frameworks? And then we recognized there are some specific German obstacles, and we are about to remove them. I'm drawing a bill for a second future, financing the future law. And given our plan to improve the framework conditions, for example, for insurances and pension systems. The private sector has committed themselves to invest 12 billion euros more in the asset class of venture capital to 2030. So, and what I want to explain is, you ask, well, how can the public sector benefit?
Yeah.
Behind your question is the idea of paying more subsidies to the private sector. And I'm not in favor of that. I want to improve the conditions in a way that private capital can finance private projects with benefit for all of us.
One of the obstacles, though, is bureaucracy.
Of course.
We were also talking about that.
Yeah.
How can you solve that problem in Germany? Germany is well known for its bureaucratic jungle.
Yes, but just today our Normenkontrollrat, which evaluates the development of the bureaucratic burden, has published its latest report. And I'm proud to say the German Ministry of Finance is leading in reducing the bureaucratic burden.
That's good.
And from all ministries. And so I'm an example for the colleagues in cabinet, one time at least. And the bureaucratic burden coming from domestic policies is at the lowest level since 2012. Our problem is Brussels, frankly. Most of the bureaucratic obstacles are introduced by the European Commission. And, well, we constantly try to convince them that Green Deal must not mean to intervene in every business decision, but preparing elegant frameworks like the European emission trading system, given carbon dioxide price and letting the market intelligence and innovative people find the proper solutions to reduce our carbon dioxide footprint.
Emma Marcegaglia, you come from the private sector as a CEO. Do you feel motivated by the ideas that we've heard from the ministers? Would you be motivated, stimulated to invest either in Germany or in Saudi Arabia?
Well, it's difficult to say in front of the ministers, but
no, we're not being diplomatic here, are we?
No. First of all, let me say that I agree with what they're saying, this recipe that they said. First of all, the minister said that you need a clear vision. And I read, of course, Vision 2030. I'm also, thinking to invest time in the steel business, and there could be a good opportunity there. So a clear vision of what we need, and we have it there. In Europe, I don't know Germany so well. I knew Europe very well. I know Europe well. I know also Germany a bit. I don't think there is this clear view because, for example, let's take the example of the Green Deal. The Green Deal, decarbonization is needed, no doubt of that. And we think also as business, we have a very important role to play. But the way it has been shaped in Europe is not the right way to do it because it's very regulatory driven. You don't put at the attention the technological neutrality. Here we are we have one of the most difficult changes ever, because if you look at the previous industrial revolution, you always add something. Here you have to cut something or to reshape something, so it's very difficult. So you have to put technological neutrality. You have to deal with a cost of energy that in Europe is much higher than in US. Of course, I don't want to say what is the cost of energy in Saudi Arabia, because zero, right? It's more or less zero. So we are very jealous of that. But I think the way, for example, in this case, Europe is facing the decarbonization is not the right one. Okay, technological cost of energy. Another example, we all know, and so I go to the second part, which is the regulatory framework, which is another problem in Europe, in Germany, in Italy. Just an example. We all know that we need to invest strongly in renewables. I'm trying to make an investment as my company in photovoltaic. it takes at least 2 years to have, the authorization from the local authorities, and then at least 3-4 years to have the connection to the grid. In Europe, we don't have the grid because we don't invest enough, and then there is this NIMBY things where, if you have to make a grid from, I don't know, from south of Italy to the north of Italy, it's a problem. So, but it cannot take 6 years to make an investment. Mm-hmm. Or another example, we are all talking about AI. AI is very important. In my opinion, AI could really enhance productivity in Europe. Think about also the small, medium enterprise. Think about some sectors like pharma or other, but even in my sector, in steel. But the idea to have a kind of AI Act in Europe before the others are doing things, which has always this kind of precautionary idea. So we regulate before because we are afraid of the risks that will come after, will kill innovation. Yeah. So just to say that we need to do that. And third points, which maybe I'm not completely aligned if you allow me, I think we need the huge investments. The drug reports, but no, it's not the drug reports. The IMF are talking about, if we talk about the decarbonization, the AI revolution, and also the defense, we need a lot of money, 800 billion euro additional. So I think I'm totally in line that the real point has to come from private sector, no doubt on that. But I think on some specific part, maybe public investment, and this is, for example, a position of all business Europe, it's not only the Italian companies, also the Nordic companies, on some specific things, connectivity, infrastructure, AI, to have some targeted higher public investment at the European level, not a Italian level, German level, because we need to have the single market, can trigger new investments and can support where maybe the market is failing. So just in that case, I think, and the finish, I think we need a real capital market union. Yeah. Because if you want to have more investments from the private, we need a capital market union, we need a banking union. So I think the position of Germany is very important.
And Minister Lina has a lot to say on that. I
think we need a lot of things. What I heard here is good. Yeah. The real thing is to execute what we need, because I think time is an essence, and we cannot just stay like we are. We really need to see improvement. I'm not talking about South yet. The improvements are already there in South.
There's a lot on what Marcegaglia has said on this bureaucracy, seeing risks instead of opportunities. What do you have to say on that?
I share the main approach. I recently met a CEO from a major technology company coming from the US. And she told me, well, the difference between the US and Europe is the following. We want to innovate technology. You want to regulate technology. Mm-hmm. And so we are specialized in avoiding any risk. But this means we are minimizing our opportunities for further growth, and we limit the speed of progress. When it comes to capital markets union, I'm the biggest supporter of the idea. Compared to the US, we don't have a lack of public sector money. We have a lack of a capital market which is able to finance ventures and growth in the private sector, because, well, it's split into 28 capital markets. Yes. And given the fact that in Germany we don't have a pension system with a capital, so there's a lot of room for improvement. When it comes to the public sector, I beg to differ. There is a huge amount of money on the table. I remind you of the program Next Generation EU, up to 800 billion euros. The annual budget of the European Union, it is really large, but the money is spent for old technologies. The money is spent to keep structures in certain member states of the European Union which are not sustainable and not competitive anymore. For example, the amount of money we spend for the agricultural sector.
Yeah.
So before we raise the budgets, probably financed by more debt, I would like to raise the question whether it's possible not to spend more money, but to spend the money we have better.
Yes, but as you see, it's very difficult, huh? Because then some countries
One has to start.
I know, but
talking about innovation, Vision 2030 is an example for that. How has been your approach on this? How have you been integrating the private sector in Vision 2030? Because you have been one of the brains of this huge project, quite ambitious project.
Two things I wanted just to comment from what I've heard now and connecting it to your question. One is, obviously, this is about a global dialogue. So instead of talking just about Germany or Saudi Arabia or Italy, we also need to recognize that what happens in Germany impacts Italy and impacts Saudi Arabia and vice versa.
Sure.
And therefore, making sure that a global dialogue continues through multilateral institutions and maintaining and protecting multilateral institutions as a forum for adversaries even to have a proper place to discuss their issues and a lot of them are common issues that they need to discuss and agree. One of them is technology. And I think we all recognize that without a very clear environment that supports innovation and technology and then sharing information and technologies, particularly with low-income countries and some of the emerging markets, you cannot have prosperity in the world. So you're being too protectionist and being selfish, if I may use the word widely, is not actually in your best interest as a nation. Because what happens in other nations will impact you.
Sure, this is why we're trying to find common ground.
Just going back,
also, if possible.
Absolutely, and
I know.
We do continuously. And in Saudi, we focused on that. In Saudi, we said, how are we going to use our own competitive advantage in not only achieving our own interests, but also advancing the interests of other nations? In AI, for example, we looked way in advance of the current discussion of what is our position in AI? How are we going to contribute in the value chain of AI? And I can tell you, obviously, we are not the most advanced country in semiconductors, okay? So we don't have that competitive advantage now, but we would like at least to have some advancement. But definitely we have a competitive advantage in energy. And the problem is we cannot export our energy to Germany directly. So we need to think how we are going to do that. One of them is to say German AI companies and technology companies can actually set up their business in Saudi Arabia near a very reasonably priced energy, where there are multiple energy sources, not only fossil fuel, there is the fossil fuel and there is renewables. And we have very ambitious plans in our electricity to achieve 50% renewable by 2030, and we are actually on the way to achieving that. So we have the energy, we have the land. You need a lot of land that is suitable for solar farms. And we have obviously the cheapest, as we speak now, we have the cheapest renewable energy produced by the private sector. So if you do that and say to Germany and the US and Europe and Asia, we will give you actually sovereign rights over your own data centers, so as if it is in Germany or in the US, then you are actually creating bridges. You are allowing other countries to use your competitive advantage, but also you are using their competitive advantage to benefit your own economy. That kind of sharing is important.
I'm not sure if all German AI companies should move to Saudi Arabia, but I'm in favor of the idea of division of labor and production. Absolutely. And to widen the horizon. With your cheap renewables, you are capable to produce green hydrogen and synthetic fuels to a competitive price. And this can really make the transformation of our economy and the mobility sector much easier if we would produce that domestically. And to add on this, I think you're completely right. We have to look at the influence of the global situation for our economic well-being, because it's closely connected. We can talk about framework conditions in Germany, but in our key industry sectors, we are so connected to the global development, we can do whatever we want domestically. It wouldn't make any change. For example, at the moment we have this difficult situation of German car manufacturers. And in domestic politics, the idea is presented, okay, we can pay subsidies for customers who want to buy an electrified car. And this is ridiculous, because the problem of our car manufacturers at the moment is the risk of a tariff conflict with People's Republic of China. So we mustn't think about subsidies by the taxpayer, but reducing the geo-economical tension to China. It's a very, very sensitive topic. And by the way, on the European level, decisions will be made on Friday, and I hope in the right direction, to de-escalate this risk of a potential trade conflict with China in the automotive sector.
Can I just comment on this, if I may? Just one quick comment.
Sure.
This is actually a very good example. So we are mobilizing the global leadership, the global societies around climate change and the need really to deal with climate change. And then suddenly we find that there is a country that is actually getting more advanced than us in producing cheap climate change combating technologies, including batteries, EVs, etc. And we didn't like that. So it's not anymore the climate change challenge now, it is national challenge. So I think we can allow China to do what their competitive advantage allowing them to do, and in Europe we could do what our competitive advantage allow us to do, and the same in Saudi Arabia or Latin America. So we just need to make sure that our key priorities, like climate change, is not being impacted negatively by political agendas. I'll stop.
May I say
However,
something?
the
Because
political,
I think it's very important.
and the legal framework.
Yeah, no, this point is very important, I think, because you know, I agree on the fact that I'm totally against war trade that are detrimental for all of us. But I think what happened in the last decades shows that we have been a little bit naive in Germany, in Europe, everywhere, because our dependence on China, or first on Russian gas. No? It was, well, what is the cheapest gas in the world? Russia. Let's go and buy only gas from Russia, not diversification, nothing. What is the cheapest way to buy, you know, battery in China? Let's do it there. So at the end, after COVID and after the war, we realized that we were very weak because all our value chain with the COVID and then with the war were completely, you know, broken. So I think in this new era, we have to strike a new balance, a better balance between kind of national security, which is needed because on some points we have to be autonomy. We cannot depend completely on raw materials coming from other parts, on technology coming only from one part of the world. But on the other hand, I agree that we have to keep the market opens. Because otherwise, if everybody make himself all the needs of your supply chain, the costs are very high, you know, you close everything. At the end, also democracy could be here. So I think we need to strike a new balance between fair and free trade, because, you know, China is fine, but on China, sometimes you see state-owned company with a lot of subsidies that come to Europe and disrupt all the market. So we need to have a fair market, a fair trade, where if there are dumping, you use the instruments, but where you are not against China and export because are just coming from export. So a good balance between some national security, but trade, but a fair trade that has to continue and to be open. Otherwise, Europe, which is a big exporter, will at the end have a big hit on its capacity to grow.
Still building the bridges. Before we open the floor for questions from the audience, I would like to have a quick round on how to deal with the mentality also in the different countries. It goes, of course, also with demographics. But do we have the society in Germany to approach this topic, innovation and transformation, in the same dynamic that, for example, Saudi Arabia is having?
There is further room for improvement in Germany. We are coming from a decade with a stable growth, very low interest rate, and we were able to benefit from what has been built in the decades before. And now we have to speed up. We need to introduce kind of a start-up mentality in our society.
How do you do that?
As a whole. Well, leading by example. And there is a need for a mentality change. If people think, well, the best for their personal life is working only 4 days a week, this has an influence for the mentality of an economy as a whole. And so we have to change this, and I'm thinking we are making progress there. And we need a realistic approach. I fear, when it comes to international cooperation, the German society partly is not realistic. We want to make choices on the global level with whom we want to cooperate because all our values, our way of life is shared. A realistic approach means we have to deal even with very difficult trade partners. We have to deal with them and to find common ground.
Bridges. Yes.
We need to find bridges and common ground. I think we have, for example, the both of us, a very open discussion about global policy developments and global tension, but there's common ground, and we need this common ground. If Germany would only want to deal and to trade with those who completely share our way of life, we even had a problem with Spain.
Yes.
Even with Spain. And so I suggest a more realistic approach.
And that would probably also build trust. Do you agree, Minister Al-Yadan?
I do. And I think it is, in my opinion, there are actually a lot of common grounds that we can build on than what we think. There are, between Saudi and Germany, there are a lot of common grounds that we can bilaterally build on, but also multilaterally. I mean, it's in German and Europe interest to have a stable Africa. Africa is our neighbor, and we can work together on that. It's in our interest to make sure that the IMF and the World Bank are strengthened and operating effectively and are able to help the membership. That's a common ground that we are actually working on regularly. The same with the G20, where we are both members. There are a lot of common grounds there that we can work on and build on. People talk in the media and obviously are in the media, so always about the negative issues because that's what really make headlines. But there are a lot of good things around the world that we need to build on rather than focusing on the difficult ones.
Maybe if I may, I totally agree. Maybe we can also add the fact that in this, when we have this challenge in front of us, so difficult, so deep, it's very important that the governments, support themselves, that they have a conversation. But also I think it's very important to have a conversation between corporates, public and private. Some of the issue, things about AI, for example, understanding how AI will develop, I think it's very important also to have a very deep and strong conversation with companies who are developing this innovation. So I think governments, for sure, among them, but also corporates with governments to try to understand how to, to shape a new future where there is more optimism and where we can try to solve the problems together.
And a common ground between governments could also create trust for the private sector, right?
Sure, for sure.
I would like to open the floor for questions. Please give me a sign if you have a question. If not, I have a bunch of questions more. I was told that the young voices prepared something. Please go ahead. The students.
So let's try it like that. Hello, my name is Patrick. Happy to have you here. I'm working on electrification of trucks and also doing an online MBA as a part-time. And we, as a cohort of almost 40 young people, have decided on a quite interesting question about what's the role between private and public investments. And in this case, we thought about private investment is quite necessarily very important to make this industrial transformation happening. But how do you ensure that, on the other hand, still there's enough public funding, public investment available, besides keeping black zero, schwarze null, having enough for that, for investments in infrastructure, in education, and then also for the long term, ensuring that we combat the demographic challenges that we have by ensuring that people who want to have children are able to afford them, and they are not deciding against children for financial reasons. So affordable living, affordable housing, how do we ensure that on the other side, from a public perspective? And this goes for mostly for Mr. Lindner and for the Saudi Arabian perspective.
Well, unfortunately, we don't aim for a schwarze Null. The public deficit is 50 billion euros of new debt this year and next year. We are far away from schwarze Null, which was the idea of the last decade, in which had been invested too little in our infrastructure. Coming to your question, I think the role for the public sector is enabling development through investing in infrastructure. Electrified trucks and cars needs a charging infrastructure, and so we are funding this charging infrastructure in public-private partnership models, and I think this is a way forward we can do. On a more broader perspective, we are talking about the global perspective of economic well-being, more growth and trust. And I'm convinced geo-economical stability is key for transition, innovation and growth. And I fear there are risks for the geo-economical stability given the debt distress situation in low-income countries, especially in Africa. And I'm very polite when I say that I'm concerned about the budget development in France and Italy. And Germany has to lead by example. We have European fiscal rules. We have strengthened them. They are more reliable. They lead to lower deficits and debt to GDP ratios in the European Union. And among member states, we have to lead by example. We have to be compliant with the European fiscal rules. And many domestic German observers are surprised when I constantly keep saying the constitutional debt break of Germany leads almost to the same results than the European fiscal rules. So you could beam me as finance minister away. You could find a 2/3 majority in parliament to get rid of our constitutional debt brake. You had to break European rules to allow more debt in Germany. And this is why I ask us to take into account spending better than more on the European level and domestically. I need one afternoon to find billions of euros more for public sector investment in infrastructure. I need one afternoon and a majority in parliament for myself. Yeah.
Thank you so much. Are there more questions from the audience? Yes, we have a question over there, please. We have a microphone.
Then you allow me to say something about the Italian public debt.
We can get back to that during the break.
Super bonus.
Please.
Yeah, Maximilian Hoffmann, I'm president at the Foreign Council on Economic Relations. My question goes to Mr. Al-Shadan. It's not really, or it's not fitting really into finance, but it's part of this. My question goes about Brics Plus. So what do you expect within the next 5 years from Brics Plus, as well as also what is the role of Iran under this umbrella? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll comment just on the previous question and then I'll answer this. I think to me, I mean, just because this is actually a very important question for a lot of people, the government role is not just to throw money at a problem, okay? Because the government role, if you are expecting money to be thrown at a problem, then you need to think about where is the source of that money. I think the government role is to try and use its key tools, which is policies, to help private sector and society at large. And I can talk about partnerships, I can talk about ease of doing business, I can talk about competitiveness, and His Excellency spoke about this. I can also talk about what kind of jobs are we creating in the economy and how can we direct our policies to create a better jobs for people, but not only job, but business opportunities for SMEs, for example, and entrepreneurs. These are very critical. They will allow him to get married and have 3, 4 children, if you have the right job, the right quality job, or the right business. So instead of focusing on sourcing money through tax or debt, you could largely do policies that will enlarge the economy, which then provide opportunities for business, provide opportunities for entrepreneurs, and even enlarge your tax part of that economy.
I would say there's a common ground in this sense here.
In relation to Brics, and I assume the question is directed to me because we were invited to join Brics. We have not actually joined Brics. We've been invited and we are considering that invitation. But let me actually take Brics and take OPEC, okay, as an example, and take possibly other forums where we managed, whether it is in Brics, they managed, they have adversaries within Brics, India, China, and countries that have possibly common grounds, but they have differences, but they focused on their common ground. The same with OPEC, where we have countries who are in conflict. Saudi and Iran, for example, has been in conflict, but they managed to isolate that political side of their differences and just focused on their common grounds. And my call within this really dialogue is the more we focus on common ground within multilateral institutions or regional institutions, the more we are likely to actually do better for our nation and for the global economy.
Does that answer your question? We have one more question from a young voice.
Hi, my name is Edward Chan, coming from UC Berkeley. Another question that we had come up with in our cohort is around the ecosystem of startups. So both the risk-taking entrepreneur and the talent of engineers required for an ecosystem of innovation. How might you emulate the successes of Bangalore, Silicon Valley, Shenzhen, and do it in your respective countries, but also in general? And is there any opportunity for collaboration?
Can I just go very quickly? I think this is a fantastic question. Talents are very key. And I think there are advantages in countries like in Saudi Arabia, where about 70% of our population are below 35.
Mm-hmm.
And we have taken the technology advancement very seriously within our population. And so you will find that we rank, I think, 5th globally on the young population awareness and ability and savviness in technology. This is very critical, and it is very critical to attract technology companies. It is very critical for innovation. But then that alone is not enough. So that, and then you need to collaborate. You need to bring technology companies, partner with them. We invested. And this is one thing that possibly other countries should do, is you will need to have some form of sovereign wealth fund that is commercially driven, but also helps you in your economic development objective. So that they can co-invest in venture capital. Commercially, they are making money, but also focusing on what really matters and what is your national interest needs in collaboration with global institutions. I'll stop there.
In Germany, the situation is a bit different, isn't it?
It is a bit different, and so I don't want to comment on Saudi, but for Germany, my perspective is there is a connection between talent, technology, and tolerance. Or in other words, you cannot split economic freedom from societal liberties. And given the German situation, to keep Germany attractive for talents to immigrate in our labor market, we have to overcome the rise of right-wing populism. This is really an economical risk for our development, that talents could probably no longer feel invited to the German labor market due to the rise of this populist movements.
More questions from the audience? I don't see any. Oh, one more, and then we'll get to the closing remarks, because this is a very important takeaway for us. Yes, please go ahead.
Thank you. Oliver Bilal from Invesco. My question goes to Mr. Lindner. We have now another attempt, due to the Draghi report, to strengthen the EU capital market union. I think this is absolutely key in order to get Europe more competitive. Now it seems still it's going to be debated, no consensus. What can be done to unlock?
I can assure you we are working really intensively on that topic. We've started with a Franco-German roadmap a couple of years now ago, and in the Eurogroup and among member states, we are all sharing the same view. We need progress there. I want to focus on what we can deliver very soon. So to give you an example, it's not possible to agree on one European insolvency law, at least not in my lifespan. Wouldn't be possible. So we made the proposal to introduce a 28th insolvency law as an opt-in option for the private sector. And this will lead to magnetism. All private sector players, they will opt for this 28th insolvency law for their products and services, and this will overcome the deficit of the existing 27 insolvency law. The market for securitizations has to be revitalized, especially for banks, not so important for the German banking sector, but for the Spanish, Italian, and French even more. We want to introduce a European investment product. And I could add issues of that agenda for the Capital Markets Union, but I will stop with one: reducing the obstacles for IPOs. This would really provide scale-up companies with the funding they need to grow and to get more market share and to enter the global market. So I can assure you there is progress very soon possible. We are working hard on this. It's not the fully flexed capital markets and banking union one can dream of, but it's really a progress we can achieve, and then we can build on that further.
We lost 10 years, right?
Yes, 20 years ago would be the best point in time to start. Today is the second best.
May I say just one thing to the minister, because he talked about debt? Just
sure, address that, and he already, in a way...
Just because I totally agree that France and Italy has to lower their level of debt. No question of that. But what I want to underline, and also probably that will also come from the for the students' question, I think, and also I see this, on my skin. Let's talk, for example, about decarbonization. Okay, so the challenges are so big. And, the need of new investments in, hydrogen, green hydrogen is still very costly. So in this situation, hydrogen doesn't exist. You can decarbonize some, for example, the steel sector that are using hydrogen because it's too high. So either we do something all together at the European level, or what will happen, and this is already going on, is that Germany will subsidize their own companies. And the other countries are not doing that. So, in my opinion, if we go like that, the real risk is that either we will go all to invest in Saudi, maybe the minister is happy, or, the risk is that at the end, as you said, the risk is that who has the money will subsidize, and then the single market will be broken. So this doesn't mean that we have to lower debt. I think that we have absolutely to lower the debt.
But the European state aid rules don't allow that every member state does what
they want.
Well, during the COVID, yes, you remember. During the COVID, yes. 70% of the subsidies were coming from Germany.
Yes, but the state aid regime now is not in the pandemic mute. We are back to the regular framework, and I think it's okay. For me, it's okay because it limits the ideas what can be subsidized. And when you are mentioning transformation, I'm completely committed to climate neutrality in 2050 in the European Union, of course. But the way to achieve it, we have always to reconsider if we are on the right track. To remove working technologies and to replace them with climate-friendly technologies, using public money and debt for this way would not lead to sustainable public finances, because the growth potential is not higher, but the public debt is higher without a higher growth potential of economy, and this leads to debt distress. And my recommendation is let's use the competition of ideas, the best technologies. Your plea was for technology neutrality,
yes.
And this leads to lower costs of reducing the carbon dioxide footprint. And if we introduce, Mohamed and myself, we are constantly talking about this, if we use the international division of labor, it can be even cheaper. For example, I would like to pay the forestry industry in Brazil to preserve their rainforests and to use this to reduce the German carbon dioxide footprint. And this would be an international cooperation which would help to develop countries like BRIC states, Brazil in that case, and it would reduce the costs of reducing carbon dioxide in Germany and the European Union. So let's find an approach to a global project which uses the global capabilities better than we do now.
Why is this kind of approach not possible now?
It is. In the Paris agreement and process, it's integrated, but it's not yet brought to praxis, and we should work on this. In all international fora.
Thank you so much. Very briefly, I mean, you in a way already answered this question, but if we could condense this into 2 or 3 points, the 3 most effective incentives you see to mobilize the private sector for innovation and for industrial transformation. We can start with you, Minister Al-Yardan.
Long-term plans,
long-term
clear
plans,
vision, predictability, fairness, and 3, a very clear policy direction that is communicated. Manpower, talent, we talked about, and that is really critical. You need to make sure that you have the right talent that the private sector needs.
Thank you. Strong investment in innovation and AI altogether. The cost of energy is very important, and I would say trade that has to remain open.
Minister Lindner?
Fiscal and political stability is key. In other words, trust and predictability. Uncertainty is the risk for all private businesses, domestically and on the global level. I think the risk of fragmentation of the global economy would lead to losses for all, for us, for others. And then a can-do mentality. I think pessimism, for example, in Germany, limits our ability to change and to introduce new growth perspectives. If we trust we can make it, we can find technologies, we can find solutions for challenges in our societies, then we will be able to deliver. So, can-do mentality.
See more opportunities instead of risks. Thank you so much for this wonderful round with both ministers and Emma Martigali.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the chair of the Berlin Global Dialogue, Lars Henrik Röller, in conversation with Belinda Baluku, the Deputy Prime Minister, Minister of Infrastructure and Energy, Albania.
Lunch. Probably you have a little bit of time before or after to eat lunch. First of all, I should send you the regards of Prime Minister Edi Rama, who has a medical issue and his doctor did not allow him to travel. Nothing serious, but he's in a very difficult situation. He texted me this morning, even sent a picture, which I will not show you, of him. But he will be fine. Nothing wrong with him, but he's just unable to currently be mobile. And he's, of course, we miss him dearly. He was here last year. He's a great person, and we wish him well. But we're very lucky. And Deputy Prime Minister Belinda Baluku, who is somebody we've been working with, I've been working with as well. She's anyways here. And actually, you're going to meet somebody, and we only have a short time, who is probably at least almost as interesting as Edi. She's a real power woman, if I may say so. In Albania, she's been deputy years. She runs the cabinet. She runs the cabinet, which was 7, I think, for the
60%.
Europe delegation. There's the finance minister here, tourism minister here. So she's the one who runs the country. I mean, with Edi, of course. Edi is Edi. Edi Rama, Prime Minister, is of course a great leader. But Belinda, Deputy Prime Minister, is somebody who is really very, very important. So I wrote down some questions, sort of 5 areas to go into, and then I think we will have time if you want to ask questions, or the students I think are there as well, and we can go into that. So let's welcome her. Thank you for the lunch talk. Happy to be here.
Thank you very much.
Okay, first question is a little bit about Albania, and full transparency, if I've also been advising her on Albania and the Prime Minister, which has really done a remarkable thing. It's a small country, you know, it's a beautiful country, and it's done economically very, very well. Tourism, I think, in terms of percentage increases, is one of the best locations in the world, and the question really for that country is how do you evolve forward and how do you position yourself in Europe? So I think it's also had this historical, incredible history, which probably most of you know. It's been, you know, dire communist until 1990. And then it's gone through a transformation, building on the Albanian people, who, as you said earlier this morning, are really the important part of the country. How do you sort of see this development of Albania, if I may ask you, and how do you see the future of Albania, and is sort of this economic success and the political success which you've also had, is that something also other countries can learn from?
So first of all, thank you very much for inviting me on this forum. And as you said, this was a last moment notice to be here, and this is an honor for me, of course. And I want to thank you for all the contribution that you are giving us by collaborating in a very fruitful field. In meantime, speaking for Albania, we have been lucky to have a prime minister like Edi Rama, which is a promoter not only of our country, but even a promoter of the region of Western Balkans. As you know very well, all of us, so all the 6 countries are coming from a difficult past, very different from each other, with some conflicts running in that region from long time now. But what is most important, our Prime Minister have played a very important role on being mediator on a very fragmented region, and even world right now. So as we spoke today in one of the panels regarding the small states, the size doesn't matter anymore. So if a small state is defined from the number of population or from the squares meters of the landscape, now in the time of digitalization, the size doesn't matter anymore. And Albania, it's a live example of this. By coming from a very harsh past, by spending more than half century on communist system, that I am always saying that our communist system, the Albanian communist system, it's nothing to compare with the rest of communist bloc, because we have been in that cage, totally isolated for 48 years. And then all the period of transition have been almost the same long, so around 32 years. And you should keep into consideration that my country have lost around 1 century on going out of this harsh past. Now we have understand that by using our capabilities as people that we love freedom, we love to be part of Europe, we want to show to the international stage that we have values to share with other states. Now Albania is living in a new era. For sure it's not easy. Times are challenging. We are passing from a challenge to another, as was the pandemic, as was the energy crisis due to the aggression of Russia in Ukraine, or different other challenges that we are facing every day. But by having sustainable governance, I should say, by having a vision, which is very important for a country, for a government, by having an optimistic approach on the way how we should perform in the future. And this is very important. But by being optimistic, it's the way how we affect our country, how we affect our policies that we are applying right now. We are sure that Albania will have a very important position, not only in the region, but even in Europe.
I will ask you about EU in a second, but it's a quite remarkable transformation process in a relatively short period of time, and it's all been peaceful. I mean, you have regional conflicts. We have the Prime Minister, the President of Kosovo here this afternoon. But let me ask you something about, so it's a remarkable journey, and I wish you all the best. I wanted to ask you about this energy and infrastructure. Since you're Minister of Energy and Infra, that's a big part of Albanian development and growth model. There's actually something about this connectivity also with the rest of Europe. Maybe you can say a few words on that. There's something called the Berdina process, which actually my former boss started. I think they're meeting today, the foreign ministers in Berlin as well. So the idea is to actually connect the Balkans, which is geopolitically enormously important region for Europe. Also, if you think about the other conflicts in Europe. But through this connectivity and the Balkan process, is that going well?
So I will start from tourism. During pandemic, Albania, by being a small state, have done and have applied a very shrewd policy regarding the COVID, regarding the measures, regarding the way of coming back in the normality. And the result have been positive. So in the summer 2020, when the rest of the world was closed due to a very transparent but very aggressive policy, we start a soft opening of the country by giving the possibility to other visitors from the neighbors country, but even from Italy and from France and different European countries to visit Albania. So that was the starting point of success for our economy and to build a new sector, which is the tourism. We have done a lot of efforts in the past. We have applied flat taxation of 6% for all the investment on tourism. We have been very active on international stage to promote our country, but that was the turning point. So the summer during pandemic. And from that moment there, the numbers are very optimistic. Just to make you understand, we are hosting more than 10 million of visitors during the last year in 2023, and I believe that the numbers will be much more higher in the end of 2024. And Albania have been rated in all the reports of Eurocontrol as the country with the biggest growth regarding the flights, arrival and departures in the country, or even the overflights due to the corridors that are active in our FAR. And by having this new successful sector, of course, we should say that the two pillars that we have built from a long time now, due to a very detailed local strategy, it's energy and infrastructure. Government of Albania is very proud regarding the achievement that we have in the energy sector. First of all, because we are producing 100% renewable energy, and not only from hydro plants.
100% renewable energy
produced in the country, which it's equal of covering 75% of the national demand. And of course, we are exporter of this renewable energy. To the other hand, from 2019 till now, we have worked very hard on diversification of the production. So we are not anymore basing everything on the hydro plants, but from 3 years now, we are entitled of 4 auctions that we have conducted with the help of EBRD and other European institutions, that from those auctions we have achieved record prices of the megawatt. So I just want to refer one of them, that due to the cooperation with French Voltalia, we achieved a 140 megawatt PV park just for 24.89 euro per megawatt, which is the record for the Europe too. In energy matters, we aim that by 2030, Albania should be a net exporter and a role player in not only in the region of Western Balkans, but even in the East Europe regarding the production of renewable energy and the exportation of this good. Regarding infrastructure, have been very challenging for us because Albania have been excluded from all the connected corridors, pan-European corridors, due to that communist regime. And we have achieved just 1 year ago to convince European Union and the Secretariat of Transport to include Albania to 2 of the most important corridors, which is the Blue Corridor connecting Croatia, Montenegro, Albania, and Greece, and the 8th corridor, which connect Italy, Albania, North Macedonia, and Bulgaria. And the 8th corridor, for sure, it's not just the transportation corridor, but it's a security corridor. And we believe that we are playing a very important role. Saying this, we are in a very important moment, trying to connect with the rest of the world through the new airports that we are building in our country, a new port that will serve not only Albania, but even Kosovo and North Macedonia, because that new port is designed from Royal Haskoning, one of the biggest Dutch company operating in maritime sector. And in Pristina and in Skopje, we will have 2 dry ports connected with the port of Durrës. And NATO is working with us right now to have a new base and to make Albania one of the most important geopolitical point of security in the region. I can speak about the energy and infrastructure all day long, but I know that we are short in time.
No, we're almost running out, want to be on time and maybe also get a question from the students. So I have 2 more questions. One is sort of looking outside of Albania. The Draghi report, as we've been discussed today already several times, has been criticized by some countries that it's looking at old Europe and not at new Europe. And you're a country who wants to be part of Europe, and you know this much better than I do. You're going all these chapters and these negotiations and submitting yourself to EU, let me be blunt, regulation and bureaucracy. Sometimes actually being outside and being flexible than being inside. And this is, of course, the trade-off you're having. But I know you're very pro-European, and you said you want to be part of Europe. But given this Draghi report, and how Europe is going. You know, you are still convinced your place is in Europe, I guess. And how do you look at the Draghi report, actually, from the outside Europe?
So the Draghi report is very transparent and saying the truth, but we are not the right stakeholders to be asked about this. We are there very convinced to sacrifice some of our freedoms just to be part of Europe. So we are not the case of Swiss or Norway that they have decided not to be part of Europe. Albanians are, I will say, the fan club of Europe. They always have been hopeful to be part of that great union, without keeping into consideration the bureaucracies, the limitation, and everything else that will be produced with that status. For us, it's a very important moment. Tomorrow, the Committee of the Integration will be held in Tirana just to accept the new phase of the negotiation. By 15th of October, we will sit in the table of Brussels to open the first chapter regarding law and order. And we are very excited for this new path because, first of all, we have done our best. Our team, complete from 1,200 experts of Albanian administration, had a very good performance, said this from all the stakeholders in European Union during the screening process. And now we will be seated in that table to open the first chapter of negotiation. And for the Albanians, this is a milestone on our history. So Draghi reports, it's identifying the right problems that
scares us, but
to tell the truth, we are aware of, because I'm always saying that the European Union is asking from us to do all our homeworks. To the other hand, we need more support from the way how we are passing through a very bureaucratic path, even for a very simple project, as applying for a railway a project. But to the other hand, as I said, we are prepared for this because Albania wants to be part of European Union.
I think that's good news, and I think it's. I commend you for that position. Final question I would have. Now, how to put this with the audience here? You sort of had this past with communism, both I think Russian influence. Actually, I stay in the guest house. There's Lenin and Stalin still out there in the garden. I mean the statues of them on the garden, and also the Chinese influence. And you sort of learned your lessons from all of that, and I think, in a way, no? And you moved the country in a very pro-Western, I mean, there's some, obviously, people from all around the world in the audience. So your position right now is firmly in Europe, and not so much with China and Russia, to put it bluntly.
So we have been always clear in our position. We have chosen to be a member of NATO from April 2009. Albania have been always vocal on supporting the policies of NATO and European Union, and this is a clean path for us. We have signed an economical agreement on October 2020 with Department of State. Albania, it's a Chinese free investment, and for sure our position regarding Russia and the aggression towards Ukraine have been public, and we never had back thoughts on our
and the Prime Minister was very clear in New York just last week in his speech in front of the UN on Ukrainian issue, and it's remarkable to sign this agreement. China free, you said, right? This is in the agreement.
Exactly.
So it's an interesting thing. But anyways, I think this is a remarkable story. I think Albania is a really interesting country from many perspectives, and I hope it continues to go well. Now we have time for one or two questions. I don't know if the young voices have been able to switch from Edi Rama to Belinda Balukú, but please go ahead and maybe ask the same question if you have one. Go ahead. Yes, we have time for one question. Thank you. And maybe you say where you're from and which university, that'd be great.
Okay, good afternoon. I'm Alusa Grace from Strathmore University in Kenya. A question we had for you from the young voices was, how is Albania currently strategically positioning itself for foreign investment, and what challenges are you facing in the same?
Thank you very much. Regarding the foreign investment, Albania is an open country for foreign investment. What we have done in the last 5 or 6 years, it's to reinforce the rule of law and to create transparency for all the foreign investors that want and have decided to invest in our country. So the perception for Albania have been bad for a long time due to all the bad promotion, starting from Hollywood with different movies and Albanian mafia and things like this. But the reality and perception are totally two different things. We have understood from the beginning that only by being open to foreign investors, only by giving them the possibility to invest through a transparent process, through auctions, through international bids, the best promoters can be the own investors. And this is a success story. By giving this possibility to foreign companies, as our Stadtkraft, the Norwegian Statkraft, Voltalia, the French Voltalia, other companies like Royal Haskoning and many other companies, European, from US or even from Middle East, we have changed the perception. And by changing the perception, now the reality it's totally different that we have faced 10 years ago.
Okay, great. Deputy Prime Minister Belinda Baluku, let me thank you again and thank you for jumping in on such short notice. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
There's a little bit of lunch left and then we have the next sessions. Thank you very much.
please welcome our moderator, Jennifer Jordan Saifi.
If I can, I'd like to introduce our panelists to join us. Marc-André Blanchard. Vera Songway. Jennifer Morgan. And Keith Svensson.
Hello, Jennifer.
Thank you so much for joining us today. I thought it would be helpful if we just start off with a round of introductions on who we are, so everyone in the room can understand. And obviously today we're going to be talking about blended finance and sort of where we are, what's the cutting edge conversation that the world is having, and the various roles of the private sector, multilateral institutions and governments as we really try to accelerate the transition to a sustainable future. So my name is Jennifer Jordan Saifi. I am the CEO of the Sustainable Markets Initiative, which was founded by His Majesty King Charles III in 2020 when he was the Prince of Wales. And we're a leading group of over 300 CEOs from across industry and finance globally working on this transition. So perhaps, Jennifer, I can introduce you and you can...
Sure, I'm Jennifer Morgan. I'm the Special Envoy and State Secretary for International Climate Action right around the corner here at the Federal Foreign Office. So welcome everyone to Berlin.
Nice.
Wonderful. Marc-André.
I'm Marc-André Blanchard. I'm an Executive Vice President, head of CDPQ Global and responsible for globally for sustainability at CDPQ, which is an institutional investor in the province of Quebec, one of the second largest pension fund in Canada. And I am chair of the Blended Finance Task Force with the Sustainable Market Initiative.
Wonderful, thank you. And Vera.
Vera Songwe, I'm co-chair and founder of the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, essentially trying to intermediate finance between emerging markets and developed economies and lower the cost of capital. I'm also the co-chair of the high-level independent expert group on climate for finance action.
Wonderful, and Keith.
Yeah, my name is Keith Svensson. I work for AP Moller Maersk, and which is a leading transport company of the world, and I am the CEO of the Ports Division and invest in a lot of infrastructure around the world where this is a current challenge.
Amazing, amazing. Well, we've got a really wonderful group here, and I'm sure we're going to have some very diverse perspectives. I think one of our objectives here is also to identify some concrete recommendations and actions. Again, everywhere around the world is talking about blended finance, but if we really want to accelerate, what do we actually need to do? So, if we can try to be as concrete as possible, that'd be wonderful. And maybe, Jennifer, we can start with you, because I know today you actually announced some of the work that you're doing on the Green Guarantee Group. Could you share us a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I guess the impetus, and we've known that the cost of capital issues are large for some time, but I have to say I was very inspired last year when I was at the Africa Climate Summit, and we started working closely with Kenya and a number of other countries in Africa because they launched something called the Accelerated Partnership for Renewable Energy in Africa. And came back home from that, and with the team said, okay, how do we tackle this cost of capital issue? And some research that had been commissioned kind of looked at guarantees as an instrument as being very important, but quite underutilized and quite fragmented, and in order to deal with the perceived risks across the board. And so what we did was we started convening different actors in the financial sector and thought, okay, let's create a green guarantee group in order to bring those best practices together and to get more transparency around it. So really looking at how to bring in more of the data that is needed in order for more transparency there, how we can actually be looking at what are the different standards that are there, how we could bring forward some lighthouse projects working with countries, so really seeing what are their priorities that are there. And we also, this is something led by my ministry and the Economics and Climate Action Ministry, working, of course, also with BMZ, but then we asked Henrik Röhle, who is Chancellor Merkel's Sherpa for the G20 and has a lot of finance experience, to come in and be our champion. So today we just had a session to really kick this off. We want to raise it up on the political agenda. We know the World Bank. I mean, everyone who is in the mix, we don't want to duplicate. But we have a sense that if you're sitting in a country looking at this spaghetti, that it would be helpful to untangle it and match it in order that we can be lowering those costs of capital in a tailored way, recognizing it's not the only instrument that's there. But that hopefully then we can get some of these investments moving from the private sector into the places that need it the most.
Amazing, wonderful. And I think, Marc-André, I know you're also Canada's ambassador to the UN some time ago, and we talked about blended finance in the context of the SDGs, and increasingly we're talking about it in the context of climate. What are you seeing, and how is the private sector really leaning in to help governments with this effort?
So I was in at Climate Week last week, and really blended finance was a big talk of the town. And to my, actually, I was so glad because when I was ambassador, I started to talk about this, and that's in 2016. So the fact that it's now being mainstream is a good thing, because blended finance is needed in both emerging countries, but also in developed countries. I mean, we forget that part, but like it's a big thing as well, because there's a lot of the infrastructure we need to build for the transition. The risk-return equation for a fiduciary, for an institutional investor that has fiduciary obligation like us, it doesn't fit. So we need instruments to actually de-risk ourselves and get it right. So I applaud the Green Guarantee Company that you're putting together. I think it's right in the right direction, because in the last year we came the private sector together, whether through the sustainable market initiatives and then through other institutional coalitions like the Investors Leadership Network and the GISD. We said, what do we need? And we need concessional capital to get the risk-return equation right. We need, and one of that is actually, it goes obviously to the geopolitical risk, call it the country risk, but then the currency risk is a big thing. I mean, it has been at CDPQ, we invest in emerging market, and the currency risk has been probably the biggest factor in actually reducing our returns from emerging markets in our experience of the last 7 to 8 years. And then you need project preparation. I mean, like there's not enough project at scale for investors like us. If we want to move from billion to trillions, we need scale, and then we need data. And so we had been pushing for a long time with the World Bank and the MDBs to get the GEMS database available. It's now available, but it's not. It is getting there, but it's in a language that is tough for us to get access to, and so we're going to work on that. And then you have the regulatory, Basel or 3 or other regulatory framework that we have around the world, whether for pension funds in Australia, they cannot invest outside of OECD countries. And then you get the Basel 3 regulation for banks, and the same thing for insurance companies that are limiting. So we know what is needed. We're all working in that direction. We're creating some instruments, and I'll finish on that just through the SMI. I was at the discussion last week I never thought I would have that discussion in New York. Larry Fink and Jim Coulter and all of the Uzu of Wall Street were around the same table. They all came to the UAE mission because of the Altera Fund, because the UAE during the last COP has announced 30 billion set aside for all sorts of capital in the context of the transition. Part of it being catalytical, and part of it then for blended finance. And so it was interesting. Larry Fink said, well, you know, blended finance is like making bread in my own kitchen. You can only make one thing at a time, and you don't know how the bread will come out of the oven. The other, Jim Coulter said, from TPG, is a private equity leader and guru in the US, in the world, and he said, well, the solution is in blended finance. We need blended finance to succeed, even from a private equity person. I never thought I would hear this. But he said the problem is investors are not aware that it exists that much. Actually, they don't believe it's at scale, and they don't believe that they can do it. It's too complicated, and all of that. So what we did a year ago, and I'll finish on this, is that through the Sustainable Market Initiative, we said, well, we have a real problem of communications here. Nobody knows really what it is, blended finance, and what form it could take, and what are the instruments. And the other thing is, we all, when we start, we all start from scratch, and we try to build it. So we've put 13 of the best cases together. And with the details of the structures, those of you who are lawyers and stuff, or bankers, go on the SMI, on the Sustainable Market Initiative website, and you'll get access to it. It gives you the recipe for each of these 13 best examples. And they go from 50 million to 2 billion. And they go from Africa to Southeast Asia to Montreal, where we have a blended finance. We are financing a light rail train with blended finance. So for us, it's all about, you know, now it has come, but the issue is how will we scale it and what kind of instruments we need. And the toughest part of all of this is to get the concessional funding available. That's been our experience, and that's where countries need to think about, the G7 countries, the G20 countries need to think about that.
Thanks, Marc-André. So like in the SMI, we have an experience where we work with industry, finance, and countries. One of our target markets, obviously G7, G20, but also the Commonwealth in particular, where we have a lot of emerging and developing markets. And one of the first things that we did is, you know, ask the countries, how can the private sector help you? How can we help invest? How can we have industry partners to help you transition your various industries? And what we often got back was development type of projects. And you know, these don't align with what investors are looking for, which is sort of where the blended finance comes in. And we've developed a number of tools. But you know, Vera, with your experience in emerging and developing markets, like if we're thinking about so one end of the pipeline and then the other end of the pipeline, how do we get them to meet in the middle?
I think that's a very good question. And I think three things on sort of the blended finance space and development is, because development in and of itself is already quite difficult, I think one of the things, and I really congratulate the work that has been done by SMI and putting out this case studies. I think the next step in the case studies is standardization and scale. Yes. Standardization is the key, because if every blended finance project is different from the last one, we will never get to scale. What we need to do is agglomerate those projects, figure out if we're trying to do renewable energy in this jurisdictions, these are the 7 things that you need. If you have them, you're good to go. And then we could have platforms, because essentially in the emerging market economies, you don't have large enough markets. And so what a CDPQ is looking for is agglomeration, so they can come in and take a slice of a $1 billion pie. But if you have one blended finance project in Ecuador and another one in Cote d'Ivoire and another, and each one of them asking for a different legal framework, CDPQ can never come in, even if you're putting all the resources to blend. So I think as we grow up, one of the most important things for the blended finance space is to see whether we can standardize these projects. The minute you standardize, then I think a lot of the conversation about not enough projects, not enough bankable projects to finance goes away, because then we can bring them together on platform scale. I think the second one is what you mentioned, is really the development cost. A lot of the problems happen at development stage, including, by the way, in advanced economies. And that's where you need the blending. That's where you need the first loss money. That's where, because it's a lot of behind the border problems. It is the regulation, to install, it's the land rights, it's those kinds of issues that are best done with long-term patient grant capital that you can put to work. And I think, again, we need almost a taxonomy of what does this look like. And if you have a series of investments that fit that, then you should be able to deploy. I think the most important now that we're beginning to see, and Marc-André talked about it very quickly, is the Basel prudential regulation and the jurisdictions in what you can do what. So today, even if, you know, and congratulations, by the way, on launching the Green Bank, I think what we see is, because securitization in 2008, you know, led to the crisis, any kind of securitization today is looked upon and frowned upon by our prudential authorities. And so a guarantee is considered a securitized instrument. And so the MDBs or any multilateral development institution, even though they have a AAA credit rating, are still penalized when they deploy these kinds of instruments. And I think one of the things that we should ask, big shareholders like yourself, is to see whether we can distinguish under Basel regulation between multilateral development institutions, bilateral development institutions, which come with a AAA rating, and the savings and loans or corporate insurance fund in California. They should not be treated the same, because then the guarantee product, which is so essential and so important for de-risking and for blending, is not being used as much as it should be, because regulation is penalizing its use. And I think we need to work on that. And finally, I think Marc-André mentioned FX. The biggest problem that we have, and we don't yet have a solution for it, to be honest with you, the best solution for FX is blending, but it's to blend with local currency vehicles. And so essentially, in this environment, we talk a lot about blending, but always still blending and de-risking with foreign currency. But I think it's become critically important for a lot of this blending to work with local pension funds who can take development risk, who can take early stage risk in local currency, so that by the time you get to where you're getting an ROI that is important and interesting for investors, you have actually taken away much of the risk that is entailed in the investments that we're making. And I think the work between external pension funds and domestic local pension funds is so important, because pension funds are the cheapest long-term capital that you have. And if we can bring that into this blended finance conversation, and I'll end by saying that one way of doing that is to work with national development banks. And if you look at the BNDES, and we're writing a report on for the G20, and you just see the work that BNDES is able to do in Brazil with local investment, blending the real with foreign capital to achieve what it is achieving, then you begin to understand why they're doing as well, because they have long-term patient real capital that does a lot of the initial investment. And essentially what they're now doing is asset recycling. They develop the project, and then and essentially de-risk all of it, and then they resell it. And so a lot of what CDPQ or GIF is doing is essentially rebuying the airport, and the airport is already done. And then you can take those resources and invest in something else. And my sense is this is what we should be going towards as well, is getting international capital to work more with local capital. First of all, get them to comply with international regulations so that we can bring in that capital. But then once we have that, then see how we deploy first local capital to make sure that it becomes the first point of blending to make the projects much more interesting.
Thank you. Excuse me. I think one of the other parts of the conversation is, we talk a lot about like moving from billions to trillions. It's been, the past 5 years has really been dominated by financing the transition. But we often forget about the importance of industry partners, because that finance has to go somewhere, and you gave us some good examples. I know, Keith, you're working in one of those industries is a real economy industry. How are you seeing like the way to incentivize and de-risk from a purely private sector perspective?
I think, first of all, there's a lot of hope in some of the things that has happened just in the recent past. We work in global transportation, and if you go back to the 80s, there was not global markets to the extent that we're looking at today. And basically, the entire infrastructure that fuels global trade has been created through public-private partnerships. And so I think we have the instruments, if you can do what you just mentioned, and combine that to instruments like a concession or public-private partnership, where you take very long bet on some of these large investments that has to be, then we know how to manage in that world. So in our case, we do shipping, logistics, and ports. Our ports are typically 25 to 50-year bets. They're all over the world, from Nigeria to Sweden to Brazil to anywhere on the planet. And we live with these risks every single day. And we develop them, and then we hold them. We then sell them. So we get to live through the cycles. And I think some of these very large FX movements up or down, the trade that moves up or down, the prices that moves up or down, the volatility in global politics is a reality of this business. But we have found ways through great work that's been done by the World Bank and by a lot of people 40 years ago on finding ways to actually make instruments that can handle very long money and very large investments in very volatile investment. And it happens to be a good industry also for the owners. So I think there's some learnings in the public-private partnership and concession model also to solve the energy transition.
Amazing. And if we want to switch a little bit now to really focusing on concrete actions, I mean, you've talked about standardizing. And I think, it's also aligning with, for me, it's which countries are ready. You talked about, making sure that, from a regulatory perspective, things are aligned, right, and that they're ready to receive the capital and receive the partnership. Where do we start in a very practical sense?
I talked about asset recycling, and almost every emerging developing country has an asset. I think we heard this morning from Larry and that the public sector should not be managing rail stations or airports or bus transit. And so if you went into any one of those countries, you will find an airport that you could concession, you could find a railway that you could concession, you could find a port that you could concession. That's where we should start, because those have already been built. So the risk is almost, brought down to 80% of the risk has been taken away. Because a lot of it is construction risk. And I give you a very good example. If you look at the Dakar toll road, Senegal, initially when that road was being built, we thought it's going to take 30 years to get a rate of return. It took 8 years. And so essentially, concession it out, use the resources from that to do another one. I think there's a sense in the developing world that, you have to build and hold. And essentially what you should do is build and offload, get the resources and go build the next thing, particularly in a world where there is such scarce capital. And I think that's where we should start. I think if you do that, first you can standardize a little bit asset recycling regulations, right? This is much easier to do as opposed to doing something else. The second thing is, again, standardization of the instruments. And clarity. I think Marc-André talked about the GEMS database. I think there's this risk perception issue, and the more data that we can have in terms of the 80 years of the Bretton Woods institutions, 80 years we've been investing in development, we have a sense today of where are the countries where you can make gains, where are the countries where you cannot, what is working and what is not. So 80 years later, we cannot be asking the basic questions. In an age where data is so easy to get, I think there's a couple of things that one can just standardize in terms of access, in terms of risk-adjusted returns and what we're looking for, and make them public. And finally, I think one of the areas where there is a lot of miscomprehension is every development leader would tell you, I have 15 projects, 1,000 projects. And then you talk to Marc-André, and Marc-André says, I cannot find bankable projects. and this is sort of disconnect, and it's because the standards are different. You're looking for something, and they're looking for something. And if maybe with SMI and G funds and the others, and I see Bongolo and many others here, we could come together to say, how can we standardize? When you say bankable, what are you looking for? What is the kind of blended financing that you need to make sure that the project moves from development project to an investment where I can put real equity into it? Then I think we will have a conversation that is much different. And so I think those are really where we need to go. First is just use your existing assets, recycle them, don't hold. We're asking the IFC and the World Bank to mobilize, to distribute. I think once they, so we're saying, mobilize resources and distribute the investment, I think countries should also build to distribute. And if you do that, then you have the two sort of meeting and talking to each other in a much easier way. Secondly, standardize the data. We have the data that we should use. And then this project development conversation, again, I think getting the project developers and those who are looking for the projects to see whether we can standardize them, bring them to scale, and create maybe a platform, an exchange, where you put all the projects and those who want to buy and sell can then just talk to each other directly.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Really, really practical. Excuse me, Jennifer, from a government perspective, when you sort of hear whether we need to be standardizing, putting more frameworks together, having platforms that the countries, the investments are talking better together, whether it's the Green Guarantee Group or other aspects of what maybe the German government and other G7, G20 governments can be doing, how do you think we should be practically tackling this and sort of building on what Vera was talking about?
I mean, the recommendations and what you're saying, I think makes huge sense. And I think we're learning a lot. And I think the challenges on the uptake of guarantees and the different pieces that you've mentioned, I think are now on the list to see, okay, can this Green Guarantee Group be a platform to do that kind of work, to do the standardization, to get the data availability that's there, to also really be looking at the various and varied reporting requirements that are there on the complexity and the accessibility, so that it can be much more transparent in that way. The other piece I was curious about or wanted to bring in that we do quite a lot on is actually looking at how to match the national enabling conditions together with the finance. So whether it be learning a lot through the Just Energy Transition Partnerships, where groups of countries have come together, the first one kind of emerging from South Africa, on saying, okay, we would be, here's our thoughts on how we could accelerate a just transition away from coal, accelerate up renewable energy, and okay, G7, what are you going to do, right? And so where we've been in, there's an investment plan, we've been in a journey now for a while. I was just recently there, and what I can see is kind of, we've been engaged and partnering with South Africa for a long time on policy-based loans. And now you have a Climate Change Act that now the new government has passed, or actually it passed beforehand, but the president has made really clear they're moving in the direction of looking at their nationally determined contribution and how much they need to be combining their just energy transition with avoiding and reducing emissions. You have an electricity regulation that's about unbundling and actually lifting caps on renewables that were put in place, and then the private sector came in. So I think bringing these different pieces together is quite important, because then you can start to see, like you were saying, okay, if we're growing renewables, then what is the key piece here? We can see, okay, Eskom is now moving forward in a different way. Okay, what can we be working on, or what could KfW be working on a highly concessional loan in terms of transmission, because the grid is so important? What can we be doing in terms of building skills for that green economy? And I think, in a way, I don't know what the right word for it, but it's like these series of building blocks that we need to be bringing together on this finance side and on the policy side in a way that is at scale, has the standardization in it, but also the demonstration in it. So that, and these country platforms that have been around for a while, making sure they're really country owned. It's the only way, obviously. And then seeing how do we leverage these different pieces. I think it requires the type of collaboration, which is, it's challenging, but it's what we need to do when we're trying to tackle a problem that has all sectors, is about development, economic prosperity, finance, and that's where I see some more of the, and bringing together the different potential investors in that to build the confidence and the long, loud legal signals. The final piece, I think, is on the nationally determined contributions that are coming up. I just wanted to make sure everyone is aware of those, because I think there's a lot of work happening right now to turn those into actual investment plans, or maybe not as detailed as an investment plan, but basically saying, okay, here is our pathway as a country to our net zero, whenever that is. Here's what we're thinking 2035 and beyond, and here's the different policy frameworks that we're thinking. And I was in a lot of conversations last week as well in New York on blended finance, but also with private sector on what are they looking for in order to fund these NDCs, which is absolutely imperative. So getting those to be much more about economic prosperity plans, investment plans, and translate, in a way, it's like a translation exercise of these different worlds, I think is key. And the work of the G20, the expert group, bringing together the climate and the finance communities, I hope that that can continue under a South African G20 presidency, however they wish to do that as well, because I think we need these worlds to be working together, and that hasn't been happening enough in the past.
Yeah, I mean, if we think about sort of the practical alignment of NDCs, and we've been looking at NDCs for a long time as we again try to align the industry and the finance to help countries achieve their objectives. I think it was really great news to see that they want to now have an investment strategy alongside these renewed NDCs and higher levels of ambition. But if they're not done with the private sector, we're still going to be in the same exact place a year from now.
Yep.
So I think as an action, like we need to say, we need the private sector in the room to help you develop these investment plans, to help the standardization. There's a really great window of opportunity for us to really sit down together and hopefully take a few key markets from each region of the world and really do that standardization that can then be rolled out. But did you want to come in on that one?
I think that's a very good point. One thing that we're struggling with, and we're pushing in the G20 report, so we hope we get support from Germany on that, is that for the NDCs to become transition strategies and then be invested in, you almost need an agreement on taxonomies. And right now, we don't have an agreement on taxonomies. And so the financial system, of course, is working really hard to get a taxonomy on sort of what is financial risk, what is fiscal risk, and how we invest in it, and how we create capital buffers. But if you are not able then on the development side, sort of the investment side of the transition plans, to also have interoperable, so we don't want harmonized, but we want at least interoperable. So if you're from the Philippines and I'm from my Ivory Coast, I can say, this is the risk. Because it's only when the financial system has put a risk on it is CDPQ going to come and throw its money behind it these days, especially given Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3. And for the developing countries, I think there's a huge risk that if we don't have interoperable taxonomies, the financial sector will run away because they don't know whether we're greenwashing, whitewashing, and they'll say, I cannot touch that investment because I don't know how to classify it. And this, for me, is probably one of the most critical risks for investment in low and emerging market economies coming down the road, because the big investment houses will say, too difficult to do Scope 3. Scope 3, by the way, is when you report on the investment of your investor. So it's 3 levels removed from you. And so what we are seeing is many financial centers are cutting themselves off of that level 3. And that level 3 is a lot of emerging market and low-income countries who have not yet been able to do the kind of reporting that is needed for the financial system. So I think this is so important that we push interoperable taxonomies, harmonize them a little bit, and so the low and middle income countries can actually then integrate that system. Otherwise, as much as we put the blended finance on the table, the big investors will not take it and put it in our destinations. It'll end up in maybe the middle powers who are able to do reporting better than the rest of us.
I want to come on it's complementary because I agree with everything that has been said. The recycling point of assets is very important. It sounds like a boring idea, but it's real, and it has. If the World Bank, the MDBs, and the countries were really recycling their assets, I mean, some countries do it very well, like India, for example, and we participate in that. We're very engaged. So it would be, Indonesia started to do it, but other countries need to do it, and partially the MDBs need to do it. But Jennifer, you have a key role with a big G7 country. I have a big plea to make to you. It's you know, the piece that is missing the most when we try to put platform together, the toughest tranche of capital to get is the de-risking, either for the FX or the first loss. And last year, the UAE put 30 billion on the table. I understand it's a rich country, but one country put 30 billion. Now I've participated in the works of the B20 in Brazil, and I thought the group came on the infrastructure and finance track. They came with a very original idea that actually I believe is something that the G7 countries like Germany and Canada should really pay attention to. They've said, we need 75 billion. They work with Convergence, which was a creation through a G7 creation of 2014, I think. And they came out with that number that it would take 75 billion per year for 5 years to create a substantial pool of concessional capital for the world. Whether the number is right or wrong, it's not the point. It's the idea for me. And when we're talking about at this COP, we'll be talking about to renew the Copenhagen objective of $100 billion of governmental money for emerging markets. I know we're amongst us and nobody listens and all of that, and it's a private conversation.
Very private.
I actually believe that counting it this way is to the detriment of G7 countries. Because what G7 countries bring to the table is so much more than that 100 billion. It's the private sector. So the G7 countries need to stop counting like other countries who don't believe so much in the market economy and start counting with real free market, like real free market economies count. And that's with the private sector. So the goal should be 75 billion or another number that you want, but to catalyze the private sector. And you're going to multiply that number by 3, 5, or 10 times. And that's a real game changer, because I don't like the 100 billion, because the South says to us, oh, you're not meeting the 100 billion, then the trust is not there. I mean, Canada's share of that 100 billion is usually $2-3 billion a year. In the last 7-8 years, we've probably put $5-8 billion in emerging markets as a country in climate. Well, if you calculate all of the pension funds, just the pension funds, what we've been investing in emerging markets during that period is probably 50 to 60 to 70 billion. That's the amount for Canada. It's not 5 or 3 billion. And that's what we should be talking about. So I implore all of my friends who are at the table for G7 countries to actually note, and I was happy that actually at the B20, it came from Brazil as an idea. And I think it's a great idea. And I believe we should, because we need to change the conversation on that.
Totally agree that we need to change the conversation. We're trying to change the conversation. And I think these types of ideas are what we need right now. So it's clear that, I mean, there's lots of different pieces of this puzzle, right?
Yes.
So it's our responsibility as developed countries to be continuing to lead on providing public finance. But it's so much bigger than that, as you say, right? So I think the conversation now is around, okay, what is the big number on the global investment goal, right? Which has come often from HLEC, right? And then, okay, what are the different levels? You can think of them as layers in an onion. You can think about it like you're playing darts on a board. And what can those different levels be delivering?
Yes.
right? So yes, we need public finance. We think we would like to continue on that, but we think that there are new countries that need to come in because they're wealthier, they've contributed a lot to climate change, and so we'll have that conversation. But that's an important conversation. But I agree that it's not really what's going to change the world. What's going to change the world is getting the private finance, this link, right? So what is the level, what is the layer, and what's the mechanism that would actually leverage that? So is it a concessional finance pot? Is it a leveraging of MDBs to private, setting targets for them? Is it new innovative mechanisms? That's another layer in the onion to be bringing in. What is it on debt? To create fiscal space on debt? What is that whole conversation there? So that we can be having that conversation rather than only this one. And I think we're up for that conversation. We're in the middle of it, and my gosh, Canada has the G7 next.
I agree with you. I'll be advocating for this, but the importance is, I'm all in favor of public financing for the transition, but then I actually believe that we should talk about it as being a catalyst rather than being the end. And I think our partners in the South will think it's actually a fantastic thing because they want us to be there. They want us, the private sector, to partner with them, and way more than it is actually taught in some corners of the public sector. And the other point you've made, I think it's a very important point, Jennifer. Very quickly, when I arrived at the UN in 2016, Ban Ki-moon said to me, we don't have many people like you from the private sector. We just signed the Paris Accord and the SDGs, and nobody's talking about financing them. So he said, could you just help us change a bit the focus, because everybody focused on ODA, and at the time it was 150 billion, but we need 7 trillion to achieve the SDGs. So there's a little gap here, and nobody is talking about the gap, everybody's talking about the 150. That was in 2016. I created a group. The group of ambassadors that were the Friends of Financing the SDGs. 75 ambassadors, North, South, mixed. Second meeting, there was a BlackRock person. That was the only person I could convince in all of Wall Street to come and talk to 75 ambassadors, because at the time, nobody would, At the end, I'll remember this. The ambassador of Mexico stood up and said, we need a translator here. We understand nothing of what you're talking about. That was in 2016. And Jim Coulter, last week in New York, from TPG, said exactly the same thing. We need a translator. You see, here, the public sector and the MDBs and us and the imagine a private equity guy, we don't know, we don't understand each other. So we need to work on that and to continue, because it's a big point, because that's how, and that's why we this practice, because I'll finish with one other example. Investors, it's bottom up in most institutions. Big plans per country, most institutional investors don't really buy into this. What they buy is into opportunities. They're opportunistic about opportunities. And that's key to understand that of how they work. So we need to actually, this is why the book is so important, because it's going to show my people at CDPQ that, you know what, Allianz, one of our peers, is actually building such platforms. BofA, one of our main banking relationships, it's actually having 3 platforms like this and all of that. It's easier to sell with our traditional partners than actually going with new partners. And that's a very important point to remember. I remember we tried building the best, what I thought was the best platform, but it was with unusual partners. And our investment committee would not buy into this. But they bought into joining Brookfield and Altera just recently for 200 million in a platform that would actually do almost the same thing. Because you know what? They believe in Brookfield. Brookfield is a traditional partner, is one of our main partners at CDPQ. So this is very important. So our role in G7 countries is a lot about that as well. And we need the help of government to convene us. And I'll finish on this, is that...
You're not going to finish. Yeah.
Come in.
Please.
No, but that's...
And I want to get Keith in after.
I want to say one thing which is so important because we are talking about blended finance. One of the things that we are seeing, and again, unfortunately, you're G7 countries, so it's good G7 and G20, but as we deploy blended finance to emerging and low-income economies, we are struggling with the exceptional subsidies and high interest rates in the developed world. Yes. And so if we are struggling to get a rate of return that is commensurate today with the 7%, 9% that you're going to get in the United States and an IRA subsidy, which brings it to 18, 20%, we are in trouble. And so essentially, what we either have to then decide is to say that as G7 and G20 countries, as you de-risk us, if you're creating risk for us by creating subsidies in the same sectors. And so while you de-risk an energy investment in the United States, you have to then double the de-risking quotient to get somebody who is going to go do a solar plant in Nevada with an IRA subsidy and 2% to 5% interest rate in the United States to try to go to India or Cote d'Ivoire or Cameroon. That person is going to need a much, much bigger chunk of de-risking. And so I think that what we need to then begin to look at is this kinds of financial market distorting policies, because we've always talked about trade distorting policies, we talk about tariffs, but today, in this day and age where the emerging markets are coupling in the financial space with the developed and advanced economies, these kinds of financial regulation that create an uneven playing field essentially wipe away all your de-risking. We're back to square one. And so we do need to understand what are we going to do. And maybe what you do is double de-risk, your domestic companies. It will create imperfect competition for local companies in the emerging world, but maybe that's a step forward. But my sense is, I think, particularly in the energy space, where we have competitive markets, including in developing economies, providing the kinds of subsidies that we see to developed economy businesses, essentially wipes out the market for developing countries.
Yeah. And I really, we're running out of time a little bit. We do want to see if we can get some questions from the audience, but I think that we also need to remember that the transition, you were just mentioning the energy transition, but shipping is transitioning, aviation is transitioning, every major real economy sector is transitioning globally. It's not country by country, it's like holistic. And this is happening in parallel to this finance conversation. And I hate to say, I remember 2015, 2016, and I sometimes feel like we really haven't made it. It's 10 years. We can't wait another 10 years. 2030 is 5 years from now, so what are we actually going to do concretely? And we have to marry up the global market transition of real economy players with the finance conversation. So, Keith, shipping is real, it's related to trade. We also have to make this real to people because the financing conversation doesn't evoke any level of passion or change in ordinary citizens and consumers around the world. Aviation is something you can get your head around. I've heard different statistics of if Nike added a couple cents to their shoes and traded that globally, we could help transform the shipping industry. And consumers could get involved and say, I want to pay for that, because increasingly consumers and young people are very passionate about contributing to the transition that needs to happen. So how do you think we can plug this in and sort of make the real economy dovetail with this finance and then impact people so that consumers can be active players as well?
So if I can try to make it practical to my industry, right? So we're involved in aviation and shipping and logistics, which is trucking and warehousing and trains and then imports. And some concrete things we can do. I think the good news is, just to start by answering your questions, there seems to be about 20% of the world's customers who feel exactly like that. And there's products they can buy to take the carbon footprint of their logistics away. If we have to take sectors of the global economy like transportation and decarbonizing and doing it at a pace that is significantly faster than what we've been talking about for way too long. It needs some really practical shifts, and I think financing is one of them, but it's only one. I think that it starts with some of the learnings we have gotten from, for instance, the First Mover Coalition, which we are founding member of, on what demands does we send out to vendors on what contract is associated to what we want to purchase. So Nike could do that on their shoes, and they actually do. But it could also be a government who says, I will grant this asset and I'll recycle it, but part of the demand is it has to be green.
Yeah.
Today, there is no correlation between, actually I would say the developing world is much more conscientious around the energy transition than, right? So when we go and bid for a concession, for instance, there's people who, this is a demand, you must solve this problem, and then I will solve it, and my competition will solve it. Other places, it's like, no, let's not. How much money can I get, right? Yes. And I think it starts with a level playing field where governments and we start setting just higher standards for what we are buying. And I think I think that would accelerate. That's one practical thing we can do. If you take transportation, it needs an obscene amount of energy to power the world. A lot of new fuels for aviation, for ships, a lot of electricity for the rest. And all these investment appears to me to be very long-term infrastructure, utility-type investments. I think the concession idea is another practical thing we could get started with quick. And the last one is these mechanisms for how do you create level playing field. So the transition cost is real. So how do you start taking money from the old economy and putting over to accelerate the industry curve and cost curves on new fuels, as an example? And there's some really good proposals out there. I think decision-making would be a really good idea, so we can get going, actually. And then I have high hopes into capitalism will solve these industry problems as long as the incentives are right. And maybe for the first time in a long time, very hopeful also with some of the proposals that's out there. But I think actually doing and acting rather than continuing to admire the problems and commenting on the problem would really be, I think, appropriate at this particular time.
Very, very welcome indeed. We're just talking about young people. We've got one of our BGD Young Voices asking us a question. Please go ahead.
Good afternoon. Thank you for the very insightful discussion. By way of introduction, I'm Jefferson. I'm now doing a dual degree program from both London Business School and Fudan University. So we talk a lot about the structure and design of blended finance and the PPP project this afternoon. So if we go back to the characteristics of both the public sector and the private sector, those projects like renewable energies might have a long period of return, for example, maybe 10 years or even 20 years. And the private sector, however, they might have to focus more on the short to medium term. For example, corporates, they might need cash to operate. If we come to those financial sponsors, they might only hold a company for like 5 to 10 years. So what can we do to bridge the gap between the characteristics or preference between short-term and long-term between these two sectors? For example, maybe we can design some mechanism like auctions, renewable auctions, to accelerate the monetization period, or we can design some more flexible financial instruments, something like that. Thank you.
Vera, did you want to come on that?
So I chair and founded the Liquidity and Sustainability Facility, which essentially is a repo facility which is trying to intermediate capital between long-term and short-term. I do believe, and we heard, I think, Larry Fink in this morning's discussion again, talking about the need to deepen the capital markets, because what we also need to do is provide more instruments so that one can actually spread risk. And today we don't have enough of the risk-spreading instruments in the emerging markets. And so essentially, we have very few instruments to do many more things than we need to do. And so it's a very, very good question. I think it's really if we could deepen the capital markets and spread the risk with new instruments. And we don't have to reinvent them. I created a repo for emerging markets just because I looked at what BNY was doing. And I've created an Africa index because I looked at what JP Morgan was doing with its emerging market index. But all of these things would drive capital to the developing countries. And I think we need our MDB institutions to also begin to create some of this capital market deepening instruments to allow for the $1 that you put to be able to go to $10. Now we're saying 1 to 4 with guarantees, but with the private sector, with a deeper capital market system, you can actually do 1 to 10.
Great. Well, I'm really sorry that our time has come to an end. It's been a really amazing, fascinating conversation. I really hope that we can join people in this room who are interested in following up with all of you, and also with the Sustainable Markets Initiative. Marc-André, you mentioned this translator function. I think the SMI really tries to do that really well when we're bringing the industry perspective, the finance perspective, and the country perspective, as well as the MDBs. Like, how can we really be practical? How can we not waste the year ahead? Because we've got 5 years to deliver, and people around the world are looking for hope, and the private sector is a huge opportunity to deliver that. So thank you all for this session, and thank you to the Berlin Global Dialogue. Thank you.
Kosovo, and other distinguished guests.
Let's go. The President.
Thank you.
Anish, you over there. So let me welcome you for the last session. So we are sort of between them and the dinner, but I think we have an important topic to cover. So thank you again for being here. I will just briefly introduce you, of course, starting with a distinguished guest, President of Kosovo, and then I have a few questions. Let's have a discussion, and then we have time. We go to the young people in the corner and ask some questions from the floor. So it's about rethinking resilience, responding to geopolitical shifts with industrial policy. So it's got the political side and it's got the industry side, which I guess we have represented this panel. I'm very happy and honored to have the President of Kosovo here today, President Osmani. Welcome. She has been President of Kosovo since 2002. Is by training
21. 21.
21, yeah.
Yeah, not that long.
I should have known, looking at you, that this is...
We're a democracy, what can I say?
Right. So 221, fair. And I think by training you're a lawyer, and I heard you even studied at Princeton for a while in the United States.
Pittsburgh University, University of Pittsburgh School of Law, Pennsylvania.
Very
yes.
Good. Okay, very good. And she's, of course, heading a very important country. I think you have a meeting tomorrow also with the German president here in Germany. And her issues, of course, are very much anti-corruption is a big theme for you, I understand. And the other one, of course, the big one, the elephant in the room, don't I want to say something about that, is normalizing the relationships with Kosovo, which also has a big impact, not a big impact, but also occupied Germany for a while, and we were involved in that. So let me ask you to thank the President of Kosovo. Thank you for being at the Berlin Global Dialogue. Thank you.
Thank you for having me. Thank you. Appreciate it.
I go to Merit Geno, incredibly distinguished person. She has been dean at Columbia for 20 years. A trade expert, industrial policy expert. We met in New York. You are really somebody who's thought these things through. I'd like you to take a little bit the American perspective in all of this, if possible. She's also the chair of MasterCard, and I think interestingly, which we also discussed when I was in New York, she was on the appellate body of the WTO board, right, for many years, I guess.
4 years.
4 years, which is, of course, the big thing in trade and WTO. Which is, I think, a pity what's going on with the WTO, but I may ask you a question on that one. Merit, thank you for being here. Merit.
Thank you.
Then we have a return guest from last year, Anish Shah, who's, of course, heading up Mahindra Group, this global CEO, the group CEO, 260,000 employees, conglomerate, 20 industries, 100 countries. Last time I saw you in India, you were very, can I say, proud about the exponential growth your companies has experienced. So this is not atypical. Well, this is an Indian success story. It'd be interesting to hear your view about what you think about industrial policy in Europe. And I saw that you like you like cricket and American football. Looking at you, I wonder which position you were playing. but
let me clarify.
Sorry
I
about that.
Played American football.
In front of TV.
My favorite
watches it.
My favorite team is the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Okay,
so is mine.
That's right. So welcome, Anish. Let him welcome us. Thank you, Anish. And finally, of course, big issue, industrial policy, geopolitics. We need China to be in the room, and we need somebody who talks about China. And we're very happy to have Patrick Zhong here, who's the chairman of M31 Capital, which is a big investment firm, private equity, and he has been in the business for 20 years. Various positions, thinking about investing. I think you've also invested in Tencent and Alibaba at some point in a different position, and you have various board positions. So Patrick has maybe can take a little bit the Chinese perspective. You're here also with a big delegation of Chinese entrepreneurs. You were here before at ESMT, so very happy to have you here. Welcome, Patrick.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so session is about industrial policy and maybe also national security issues and how it relates to industrial policy. This is a big issue in Europe. We just had the Draghi report, which we're discussing in many sessions already. So the question is sort of, how do you see this? Where's the world going with this? And as we have a slogan here or a motto of the conference, is there common ground? I mean, Inflation Reduction Act, can we sort of look at the win-win situations? I know Merit has important positions on that one. But me first spend the first few minutes with the president, maybe more on the political side. President Osmani, I think you've just returned from UNGA, from the United Nations session, and of course there are lots of conflicts in the world. As I was saying this morning, even recently, some bad news has been arriving in the Middle East, but there's the other big conflict is with Ukraine, and Kosovo, of course, is very much in the middle of all of that. So the world is in a very difficult situation, sort of being a leader of an important country geopolitically in Europe. How do you see the world going?
Well, again, thank you so much for including me, and I really look forward to listening from each of the panelists and learning from your experience as politicians. It's one of my favorite times when we are in the same panel with CEOs and global companies so that we can really get that perspective and learn a lot as politicians. Kosovo is a small country, but with an important story to tell. It's a story of resilient people that have built a country on the very foundations of democracy, rule of law, human rights, and the fundamentals of freedom. And of course, having been colonized and under occupation for more than a century, we never take our freedoms for granted because too much sacrifice have been made for the democracy, the freedom, the independence that we enjoy today. But at the same time, the story of Kosovo tells us all what democracies can achieve when we get together. Based on those very same principles and values. And it's a success story that makes proud not only its people, but also our partners globally, because it's one of the most important investments in peace. For the very first time in the history of the Western Balkans, we are living in peace. That region was shaped by conflicts for centuries and centuries. For the very first time, we have a little bit more than 2 decades that our children are living in peace. So every generation had to go through a war, and our children are the very first generation in the history of our nation that are growing up in peace. And that's an enormous achievement.
Isn't the peace being threatened?
I do believe so, and I was getting at that. When the war in Kosovo ended, we thought that when we all said never again, that we would learn those lessons from history. But unfortunately, even now, in 2024, there's war in the middle of Europe, a war that is threatening all of us, not just the sovereignty, territorial integrity, and the freedom of Ukraine. And I believe that the war in Ukraine, the unjust and unprovoked war that Russia waged against Ukraine, is a litmus test for democracies way beyond Europe. And we need to make sure that the principles that are set and the help that we all provide to Ukraine for winning are enough for Ukraine to really win this war for all of us. Because if it doesn't happen that way, it's unfortunately an encouragement, and it will embolden autocrats, not just the autocrat in Russia, but autocrats all around the globe, to act against smaller states who might have a less amount of weapons with absolute disregard of the principles of international law and the rules-based order. And very, very dangerous times will come for all of us if these principles are not upheld in the case of Ukraine. We already see that Putin is very much interested to have a spillover effect of Ukraine. There are constant efforts to destabilize the Western Balkans. And it is so crucial that the Western world does not lose its attention on the Western Balkans, because things can really get out of hand quickly. And of course, when there's lack of safety and stability, There's also lack of investment. There's lack of economic development and prosperity. So practically lack of national security, and when that security is threatened, has a spillover effect on every area of life, from economic development to trade relations with other countries, and to just the betterment of life of all of our citizens, not just in Kosovo, but also the rest of the region. So we think it's so fundamental that these basic principles of international law, but also the very values that stand at the foundations of our value-based system, which are the European Union, NATO, and other organizations that we seek to become a member of, should be protected at all costs. Because by protecting these values, we also ensure economic development, prosperity, and also trade relations with the wider world, not just with our continent and the continent that we're part of.
So this is, of course, you know, a position which, not of course, but this is a position a lot of people in Western Europe, I think, share. But how do you see sort of the conflict ending? Are we going to defeat Russia, or are we going to deter Russia? How do you, at some point, do we need to go for dialogue and discussions? I guess your point right now was we have to be strong, we have to be resistant, but where is this going to end up? What do you hope this will be end up as?
Well, of course, there should be dialogue at some point in time, but my point is there must be a principled dialogue. And not a dialogue where the aggressor is rewarded with territory, because that sets an extremely dangerous precedent for the rest of the world. If Putin is awarded with Ukrainian territory as a result of some sort of a peace process, we can't call that a just peace. That is, in fact, an encouragement for him to continue invading other countries in the neighborhood, and at the same time destabilize regions such as the Western Balkans. And that, in turn, achieves not just his imperialistic ambitions about more territory, but also achieves his ambitions about destroying the values-based systems that the EU and NATO as a transatlantic partnership are. Because if the Western Balkans is destabilized, if the eastern flank is destabilized, the entire European continent is destabilized. So we cannot talk about a project of Europe whole, free, and at peace, which is the dream of all of us, if very essential parts of Europe are under constant instability and attacks by Russia and its proxies. So I think it's essential that when the moment comes for that dialogue, that it's a principled dialogue based on the already existing rules-based international order, and not to reward an aggressor with territory, because that is not the ending. That would simply be the beginning of new conflicts in the wider region, and would, I think, destroy Europe as we know it.
It was an interesting discussion also earlier on, I'm not going to ask you yet to speak on the role of China in all of that, by the way, because this is a very fundamental issue for Europe and also India, by the way. But we'll have one more question for the President. What did I want? Are you worried about, you don't have to answer that, given you're president of a country, are you worried about the US elections?
Kosovo has been blessed with bipartisan support from the United States, so we're practically perhaps one of the few cases in the world that has always had the US support. So we became free, we were liberated during a Democrat government, we became independent during a Republican government, and we've built our democratic and economic resilience with both Republicans and Democrats. Obviously, they have different approaches, but we've learned how to work with both, and ultimately it's the will of the American people that decides that. We're going to work with whoever is elected, but as I said, of course, it takes quite a different approach depending on who is elected. But Kosovo really counts on that support because the US has played a leadership role in rallying the democratic world behind the people of Kosovo during some of the darkest hours in our history. we will forever be grateful, but of course now we're not the top priority in anybody's desk. It's a lot of conflicts happening around the world, and I'm glad that we're not that kind of priority. Right now, when we talk about Kosovo, we talk about how we can bring in more investments with, being the youngest population in Europe, tech-savvy, multilingual, with so much potential, with free trade agreements, with all around Europe investing in Kosovo. It's not just investing in tiny little Kosovo, but in fact in hundreds of millions of Europeans. So with a lot of that potential, the best tax system, and with with a 100% compliance with EU standards, looks like the best destination for everyone here to invest. So if you would be interested, please come to Kosovo. So we don't have to be, we have no time to be worried, because to be very frank, we're working with a lot of resilience and persistence to make sure that we create partnerships with countries around the world. So we will be working with whoever the people of the United States select.
Excellent. Last question, and then we'll turn to the panel. On the Draghi report, so you just talked about Europe, but talk about the economy, and we'll be talking about that also a little bit more in a second. I asked the same question to the Deputy Prime Minister of Albania an hour ago. The Draghi report was not very positive, or was actually saying that there are quite a few issues in Europe which we need to solve. But you're still obviously interested and want to be part of the European Union. How do you look at this Draghi report? Does that apply also to Kosovo, or does it make you get scared of Europe, actually?
Not at all. I mean, Kosovo has had to meet so many challenges in its path towards the European Union that I don't think anything can scare us any longer. 97% of the people of Kosovo are pro-European Union. Even if we go back hundreds of years before the European Union existed, it was our nation that led Europe into defending what at that time, 600 years ago, was called the European civilization. So these foundations that are, as the cornerstone of the EU are still very much what lead our people in our vision towards the European Union. Perhaps because of the very painful past that we have had, we're very resilient. And I think what the Draghi report points out is simply an honest picture of the challenges. And I think the Europe, or the European Union that we want, is one that takes up these challenges rather than complaining about them. Oftentimes when we participate in a lot of summits and roundtables or discussions like these, people tend to reject honesty, even if it's, criticism about real challenges that exist in organizations such as the European Union. I think we need to take them as opportunities, because only in that way we can push forward for a European Union that includes the rest of countries that truly believe in these shared values. So I do hope that enlargement is one of the key issues that is taken forward, because we believe that an enlarged Europe is a safe Europe. Europe as a continent will not be, as I said, whole, free, and at peace and safe unless the Western Balkans become part of it. So I think we should, not allow our patience to get lost. And despite of the very complex and sometimes very boring and a lot of unfairness that exists in the process and the challenges, as the Draghi report points out, we should never look elsewhere. Our path towards the European Union is our only path, not just as a sort of a vision, but also the real hard work that it requires. And we're very, very determined to stick to it.
Yeah, I think, the fact the Balkans having a perspective of being part of Europe geopolitically is a key issue. And we have Emmanuel Macron here tomorrow. He will talk about Europe. Yes. Let's see what he will say. But I think that's very good. Let me move on to Merit, Jano, and maybe ask you a little bit about industrial policy and security policy. And maybe start with a question on the Inflation Reduction Act, which of course is a big thing of the United States, where it has triggered, I think Brian Deese, who's also here, was, I think, the author or the architect of that. I don't know if he's in the room yet. Is that a good example of industrial policy? And how does it relate to national security? How do you see all of that evolving from an American point of view? merit.
Well, thank you very much, Henrik, and thank you for including me. This is an extraordinary forum you've pulled together. It's a real privilege to hear the views I'm hearing. Well, maybe one comment about what is industrial policy, and then I'll turn more directly. You know, industrial policy obviously has a history in the United States when you think of policy interventions in pursuit of affecting economic activity for a public purpose. And so there is a long history. And it's sometimes been focused on fostering innovation, supporting basic R&D, creating, you know, NIH, creating defense capabilities. There is a history, but it sort of came back to life in a new way when we faced competition from Japan. That was one moment. And at that point, you know, I happened to be a trade negotiator in the US government responsible for Japan and China. And what the US decided—
You were the deputy at the USTR.
USTR.
Right?
And what we thought was necessary was to, you know, pursue market access, use trade policy as an instrument to attack what we thought was Japanese industrial policy, which was a combination of a closed market, supports to priority domestic industries, and the use of government procurement for indigenous champions. And we thought obtaining market access, getting foreign firms access to government procurement, and opening up was the way forward in addressing industrial policies there and globally. Well, the world has changed a lot since those days, and I see what's being done now is a use of old and new instruments. You know, I would say the Inflation Reduction Act needs to be thought of in tandem with the CHIPS Act and the you know, and the Investment Act on infrastructure. And together, you know, they do represent the largest investment in the energy transition that the US has ever taken. And really, they're being used to support multiple objectives. National security is part of it, but so is support for domestic manufacturing, manufacturing employment, for the energy transition, for innovation and R&D. So part of the complexity, I think, of what's being done is that a set of measures are pursuing multiple objectives. So far, the evidence—
So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Well, I think it makes it very complicated. I'm not going to say good or bad. I think they're, you know, focusing on the energy transition, trying to support that more robustly is, I consider it a good thing, a priority. How we do it and the effects, the externalities, the effects on our trading partners, the effects on the world is something that is raising some complexity. Maybe we can talk about that.
Having been at the WTO, you should know.
Well, yeah, but I think, you know, the focus of this was not to harm others. It was to create an indigenous capacity. And, you know, we couldn't couldn't get consensus in our Congress and on other types of measures. We could on these. And the instruments are both old and new. And I think, you know, it's not picking winners in a narrow sense, but it's picking large sectors and trying to create incentives for investment, obviously, and crowd in private sector investment. And from what I understand, there's been quite a lot of it in a number of areas. And so it's beginning to show some evidence of crowding in private investment. But has it been structured in a way that, you know, is sufficiently inclusive for our allies? I think that's an important question. And there have been some workarounds, but I think there's more to be done. And when you talk about the national security dimension, I would just say, there are a number of measures that have been introduced, and we have people here who've been the architects of some of that, that are specifically around import restrictions, export restrictions, investment restrictions. And as you know, our national security advisor has characterized this as a small yard with a high fence. And I think, that's not a static concept. That's one that we're continuing to work through what it encompasses by way of restrictions. And that introduces a lot of complexity for business. I support some dimensions of that, but I think clarity is important and guiding principles are important as well.
Yeah, I think this is, I want to turn to Anish, but this Jake Sullivan distinguished national security, small yards and high fences, having sort of been also in the head of a country. The problem is the small yard has a tendency to get bigger and bigger. Yeah. So who is in the yard and who's out of the yard? And I think when that is going to be decided, I think it's important. I think everybody would agree with small yards and high fences. I think we also need to think about how that is in Europe. We had a session on European sovereignty also. But the question is really how large is the yard at some point? And but I think this is a good point. Anish, turning to India, and I said earlier, exponential growth. Hugely successful. You're in 100 countries, as you said. Do you need government subsidies to be successful?
We don't need government subsidies to be successful. India has set up a very bold vision to reach 32 trillion of GDP by 2047. What that means from a manufacturing standpoint,
32 trillion.
32 trillion, which is larger than where the US is today, which is significantly larger than where China is today.
Yes, but they will also be larger at that time.
They will be larger, agree. What that means from a manufacturing standpoint is that manufacturing has to grow 16 times in the next 23 years. Manufacturing today is 15% of GDP, driven by a greater emphasis on services. It has to grow to 25% of GDP. For that to happen, the private sector is working with the government on a number of initiatives to reduce the cost of manufacturing, improve the ease of doing business, to enhance the quality of manufacturing. So subsidies are not part of that notion. Where subsidies come in is from a policy standpoint to make a transformation in the industry. And let me give an example where a subsidy has been used very effectively. We talk a lot about EVs. But among the most polluting are EVs or vehicles that operate in a city, in a crowded city. In India, we have three-wheelers and small four-wheelers that provide goods and transmit passengers in the last mile. The government came up with an incentive policy or a subsidy for transforming this from ICE to EV 3 years ago. There was a set subsidy per vehicle. That subsidy has now been reduced by half. Next year, it will be reduced by half again. The industry has gone from 0% electric to 25% electric already. In the next 4 to 5 years, it will be 100% electric. That's a classic example of a subsidy that achieves a policy objective and makes that work.
And Mahindra was in that business also. Right?
Mahindra was in that business. We went from 0% electric to 95% electric in the last 3 years. And that's something that we've helped drive that change from an EV standpoint. And something that helps pollution, helps reduce fuel emissions. All of those impacts are a lot more significant. And to have
is India, sorry to interrupt you, Anish, is India a country where politics and business work together very well in terms of accomplishing these goals?
Over the last few years, we've seen that. Because if you see the budgets over the last 4 years, they have not been populist budgets. They have been budgets that focus on capex for the long term. At this point, public sector capex has been higher than private sector capex growth. And that's one where the private sector has to step up to do a lot more. This year, I've got a second role as president of India's largest industry association. So I've had lots of chances for dialogue with government on multiple areas. And that partnership is very strong. The government listens. And what I also want to emphasize is a lot of this is not just for companies in India. There's a level playing field in every industry for companies from around the world. And as we think about manufacturing and the policies for manufacturing, these are ones that should apply to companies all around the world. And this is where India is looking at Europe in particular as a key partner to help drive its growth. And that can be in the form of investments in Europe, investments in India, but more so partnering to get the best of technology that's available in Europe, the marketplace that's available in India, to really create value.
So you're saying it's not exclusionary to non-Indians in a way, the industrial policy in India. So it applies to everybody, whether you're Indian or not Indian.
It applies to everybody. If you take the auto industry, for example, the number one and number two player in the auto industry are Japanese and Korean.
How do you look at Europe?
I would say with a lot of hope and opportunity. At the Mahindra Group, we are looking at Europe for partnerships to invest in Europe in certain areas, to partner with European companies to be able to tap into the Indian market, which is growing rapidly. And we feel that there are significant strengths that European companies can bring to India to be able to do that.
Are you also looking at Kosovo?
We are now. So we will. Yes.
Okay, Anish, good enough. Patrick, looking at the time, China, of course, huge debate on China, both in your country, Merit, and also in Europe. And, you know, we have a session tomorrow with the economics minister and a Chinese automobile and the head of Mercedes, Ola Källenius. There's this debate about tariffs, which are, you know, about to become effective, I think, a month from now, if nothing else happens. German government having an interesting view on that one. The economics minister tomorrow will say that or will explain that. So there is a lot of discussion, and the story goes, you know, key technologies, strategies. Xi Jinping, I don't want to make it too political for you. Xi Jinping has chosen key strategies. They're eating our lunch in many of these sectors. And a lot of it is due to subsidies and not just because it's innovation. Now, I know you are an entrepreneur, an innovator, also from China. Do you think that's a fair assessment? And how can we get out of this difficult situation? It's a small question.
Let me take a stab at it. First of all, I'm an investor. And actually, I grew up...
entrepreneur.
Yes.
Ambassadors are sitting there. Somewhere.
Right, many of them.
Yeah.
But let me say this. I grew up as an investor in the US. And when I started in my career, I think I was so lucky that I learned the right system about assessing good businesses. So we developed a framework. It's about how to assess America's best growth companies. That evolved later into assessing the best growth companies in the world. By the way, when I saw Anish today, I said 20 years ago, I knew this company. I knew this company was going to be a great company. And I built a model for American MasterCard. I know how tremendous that business has been. And by the way, I traveled to India, I traveled to Kosovo, and I traveled to a lot of places. Thank you very much. And if I may call you Hendrik, and inviting entrepreneurs to come to Berlin to have this dialogue. I think for quite a long time, we haven't spent a lot of time together as friends and peers and think about the world together. And with a little bit of borderless mindset. And the entrepreneurs who are coming with me from China and with your invitation, they're no different from entrepreneurs from America, from India, and probably from Kosovo. So, and they all have kind of a great idea, and then they're just trying to build it. And you used the word, I think that's the right one to describe the status quo. Complexity. It's just so complex right now. And if you're an entrepreneur today, when you start a business or you have a large business you want to run, there are just so many layers of complexity. It's been for a long time, it's only about growth and prosperity that as investors and entrepreneurs, they stay focused on. Because I know today's, this topic, subject is about industrial policy and geopolitics. But I just want to also remind everybody, it's actually the productivity gains that's going to take us out of the mess today. One thing I think a lot of people didn't really kind of pay attention to think about, what happened in the world. I thought the true inflection point happened in 2008. And before that, most of the countries' economy, the only exception is India, I would say, had much higher growth than post-2008. But after 2008, there was just a lot of liquidity injected into the system and keep everything afloat. Certainly, China was the manufacturing center for the world, so actually benefited with a lot of growth. But then with COVID, and everybody started to looking at the downside of globalization. This is where we're kind of stuck with. But having said that, I think great business leaders, and it's actually, you have a lot of responsibility as well as entrepreneurs to really carry the economy forward. We need productivity gains. If we don't have productivity gains, I think we're just going to have a lot of big issues we'll have to deal with. And I had a conversation with Larry Summers, and he said, look, today, people spend 75% of their time and attention to events, only 25% on trends. But look at this world. We have energy transition, and we have demographics challenges, and AI is a big thing. How AI is going to be manifested in different ways. AI doesn't just happen in the virtual world. It has a lot of implications for the real world. Those are adding the layers of complexity to our discussion. I have just kind of one small idea, and Professor Holler, I think it's a great step one to get everybody talk with a dialogue like this. And what if we can all travel together and to go to India, to go to America, to go to China, to go to different parts of Europe, to really understand what's going on and to see a business together. I think people have different opinions, has a lot to do with they're exposed to different information, and information is not truth. And information is something you have to discover yourself. I think that process has been long forgotten. When I was a younger investor, analyst, I visited 300 companies a year. We call this kicking the tire. We haven't kicked a lot of tires these days. How many people in this room has been to Kosovo? Right?
You're all invited.
And that's the thing, right? And I think it's important, if I may.
Yeah, no, I think that's very nice. That's very true. Actually, the Berlin Global Dialogue, we did something in India. We're planning to do events during the year. So I'll pick you up on your idea that we do other things and we meet elsewhere. Maybe not all of us, but some of us, and some other times. But I want to bring you back. I agree with you. I mean, certainly I do agree with you as an economist that productivity and innovation is the answer to everything, in a way, most things. But I'm worried that that politics gets in the way. Are you not worried about that? For example, if there's a trade war or if some governments are more actively intervening in the free marketplace. And I think the trend has been lately, at least globally, maybe not within blocks, even within blocks, it's gone a bit more inward looking, I think, also in your country and also in my country, actually. Aren't you worried about that trumping the productivity story you're telling us, which is well understood, and that's actually a bad thing in the end? Are you worried about that?
I'm deeply worried.
Okay.
I'm deeply worried. And if I may, I've just I think we really needed to go back and look at different parts of the world history. And you know, the Great Depression, every year for that 10 years, actually American economy had a surplus, but every country was trying to build trade barriers and protect themselves. That's really awful environment for any economy to perform. And again, I'm not a politician. I'm deeply worried with geopolitics.
I think the answer you've said that we need to talk more to each other, and I think he brought, just in all earnest, all fairness, you brought a group of 20 or 30 entrepreneurs to Berlin, which were not government people. These were private entrepreneurs who all had very big, successful Chinese companies, and they tried to link up with businesses over here. So I think that this is what we were discussing for a day and a half, sort of having that exchange at the business level is a good thing. But in the end, I think government will also matter, and we cannot be immune to that. So, Anish, how do you see that? The role in India, you say the government is actually very helpful in terms of raising your productivity, right?
It is, but as you said, the challenges are not in any one country. It's about the geopolitical issues that we see around us and the uncertainty it creates, because that puts certain brakes on taking risks, on putting investments in as well. And this is one where forums like the Berlin Global Dialogue should help us create that openness, that discussion, and hopefully be able to address some of those issues. And I agree with Patrick. This is something that deeply concerns us as well in terms of what we see happening around the world.
President, how do you see this issue of industrial policy and Kosovo? And I mean, you're in a situation where the security issue, as you said, are very important, but developing the economy in Kosovo is also an important issue. How do you see that?
Perhaps just to quickly jump into the issue of what should be the role of the government, I'm a strong believer in the role of private sector as the real engine behind the economic growth of every country. But at the same time, because of everything that was just mentioned earlier, there are certain sectors, depending on the country, obviously, but there are certain sectors that will need the help of the government, the subsidizing from the government. And of course, each country has their own potential, their own industry, their own traditions, and also the way where they can contribute, not just internally, but also to regional and global trade. But there are areas, especially if we're talking about energy security right now, and to connect to the issue of security, Europe has faced in the past couple of years one of the biggest energy crises that we've ever had. And it was created because of security reasons, because the largest part of Europe was also dependent on Russia. And then there are many of us that are not dependent on Russia, but we're dependent on coal. And that means, my country has one of the largest pollutions at the level of Europe, and we need to not leave the private sector alone in fighting that fight. We need to make sure that we aggressively invest in renewables. We need to make sure that we learn a lot from countries that have succeeded in that regard, like the great example that you gave about EVs, electric vehicles. We need then to work with partners such as the United States that has been there for us in making sure that we make that transition through programs such as the MCC and so on and so forth, and also make sure that the European Union steps up. Now, with the new growth plan, there are a lot of, nice words and dreams. We need more tangible results so that we don't let the security challenges get into the way of economic development, as well as moving forward when it comes to energy policy, as well as energy security. So in that sense, we've seen, of course, especially in the last couple of years, crisis after crisis. It started with the pandemic and went on with a big economic inflation crisis, economic crisis, energy crisis, still a lot of these continuing. So I think while the private sector still remains the engine behind the success, there are times when the government really needs to step up. So per capita, Kosovo has been the country with the strongest support to the private sector post-pandemic, and also in getting out of the inflation crisis and so on. And a lot of, schemes that were there to support our citizens, but yet there still needs to be some government support. And my final point, so that I don't forget to mention this, I need to make sure that I do this everywhere. One of the main instruments that we've used was also the economic empowerment of women, because we had a very high inactivity rate among women, about 80%. And it was horrendous, because if you don't use 50% of your economic potential, which is half of your population, you lose also a lot of money. You lose a lot in terms of economic growth. So a lot of what we did as institutions was to support private companies to employ women through subsidies, and that has led them to more growth, but that has also led the country to more economic growth. So there are areas, of course, depending on what challenge the country is facing, where the government needs to step in, while still letting the private sector, I would say, lead in terms of economic development.
Thank you for making that point about participation in the labor force. The new growth plan, that's the Balkan plan from the EU, which
the new growth plan.
New growth, where they
still
promise
just on paper.
They promise you support.
Correct.
For reforms in line with EU regulation.
Yes,
right?
I mean, we are right now at a 100% rate when it comes to alignment with the European Union, both in terms of foreign and defense policy. That doesn't necessarily mean that the EU money goes where the alignment is. Just to give you an example, there are 6 Western Balkan countries right now that are benefiting from these programs. 63% of the EU dedicated money for the Western Balkans goes to, guess which country? The one that is not aligned with the EU, to Serbia. Serbia is about 46% alignment rate.
Why is that?
I wish I had the answer to that question. Maybe when you talk to Macron tomorrow, you can ask that question. And other European leaders, for that matter. So they are only at a 46% alignment with the European Union. Nevertheless, they get more than 60% of the money of the European Union.
Maybe you should align less, then you get more money, maybe.
Well, I don't think we're going to go in that direction, but I do understand the joke, and a lot of people actually ask that question. Should we align less in order to get more support? But the 5 of us, the rest of us, Albania, Kosovo, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and Bosnia-Herzegovina, are at a 100% alignment, but all of us together get only 37% of the financial support. So this needs to change. EU money needs to go hand in hand with EU values. That's what we believe.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense. I think there's a question, looking at the time, and then we don't have much more. There's a question from the students. Yes, please say who you are. And maybe which university. You can step up in front of the microphone, yes, and then also say which university you're from, please.
Okay, thanks for your all sharing. I'm Yu Chen from Beijing Renmin University, and also one of the members from BGD Young Voice. And my question is, I think there are increasingly geopolitical fragmentations because, for example, European unions put high tariff on the EVs, as we all know. And I want to know, like, for example, the countries like Kosovo, could you help me to elaborate on how the country's plans to, for example, to balance the pursuit of economic resilience and through the industrial policy with the need to maintain maybe the open trade relationship and international cooperations in this increasingly geopolitical fragmentations? Thank you.
That's a very good question. Look, when a country within Europe strives to become a member of the European Union, one of the very first things that we do is sign what we call a stabilization and association agreement. It's an agreement that is called stabilization and association, but it's practically a trade agreement. It allows for free trade between our country, that is not a member of the EU yet, and the rest of the European Union. But then it sets so many rules that you have to abide by. So despite of the will that the country might have to have open trade based on the principles that you've mentioned, you have to abide by the rules of the European Union when it comes to economic resilience, when it comes to other trade issues. You have to meet all of those criteria if you want to move ahead. So if you want to move ahead and then open chapters of negotiations and finally become a member, you would have to abide by those rules. You can't set them entirely by yourselves. There are, a few countries that actually have left the European Union, and the reason has been precisely this, mostly this, not entirely trade, but mostly trade, because they did not want to abide by all of these strict rules that the European Union sets when it comes to trade. But just looking at other members that are now in the European Union and how much of an economic resilience they've built by becoming a member from the moment they've become members to date, that's the example that we're seeking. So a lot of rules that you have to abide by, but at the same time, the benefits are enormous. And not just economic, if I might add. It's also about democracy. It's also about rule of law. It's also about other fundamentals that we really trust in and that we believe make us more resilient. So economic resilience is one thing, but for those of us that have lived under really extreme conditions, that were victims of genocide for so many years, it's also about defending freedom. It's also about defending democracy. It's also about defending human rights. So we believe they should go hand in hand, economic resilience and democratic resilience.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost a nice final word, but we have a few more minutes.
Okay.
Marit, yes.
Well, I wanted to just, I think you started us off this morning, Henrik, with a comment that you didn't think the world was deglobalizing, but it was changing. And I think that is very much my view. So it's right to call out and really focus on where fragmentation is occurring, what's driving it, where the examples of it, and so forth. But I think we also have to look at what are real patterns of trade and investment. And there's been marked change in US-China trade. Tariffs are part of it. These other restrictions are part of it. But and hyperglobalization in terms of manufactured trade obviously is past its peak, but you are seeing, continued trade in services. And so I think we need to be a little bit more clear about where interdependence and globalization is continuing and where governments are introducing more barriers and speed bumps. And I would think that this would be a community that would care a lot about maintaining the healthy parts of that interdependence and not weaponizing all instruments of interdependence. So I just say fragmentation is something to look at, but maintaining the interoperability of the system and keeping vigilant about where the risks are and aren't is part of what this dialogue can contribute to.
Yeah, I think that's true. There is time for one question, if there is any burning questions. No, I think it's a bit... Otherwise, maybe I make a comment. So I think basically so for me, the conclusion from all of this is that I think Anish made the point about, productivity. You need certain industrial policies, transformation towards renewables, which makes sense that there should be close cooperation between governments and firms to do this, and it should not be discriminatory. I think this is very important. This is also an issue which would be WTO relevant, Janet. And India is, of course, going through this enormous amount of growth, driven also by demographic factors. So I think this is the view. I think your view, which is, I think, very pertinent, it's about innovation, it's about productivity, let's work together. I think your suggestion about, visiting each other, talking about, you do this anyways. I think we as Berlin Global Dialogue will facilitate that. I think that's the good point. Of course, you have the sword of the government on top of you all the time, if I may say, but I think this cooperation amongst businesses and thinking about innovation and value added, I think that's very important. I hope that will continue and is successful. And I think Marit's sort of making the point that, as you just said, there should be balance between this new form of whatever, globalization, whatever you want to call it, where I think we have to have the right balance between support along Anish and possibilities of restricting trade between countries, which is beneficial for everybody. And this is also my view, as I was trying to say this morning, that it's not easy striking the right balance there, because we have a lot to benefit, in particular also Europe and Germany, from free and open markets. And if we fall into a heavy-handed industrial policies, the finance minister was, of course, having I don't know if you remember, he is having the orthodox, don't tell him I said that, the orthodox German view. Don't need subsidies, money is there, the government just sets the framework and then companies will innovate and everything will go. But I think getting the right balance there, I think, is a challenge. And I like his suggestion of let's talk about it and let's do it. And then, of course, the president making also many important points, but in particular also the geopolitical and security issue. And I think your point about this war in Europe, which is a big signal and is very important for us. We had a discussion earlier. I didn't want to say that that the position on other countries on this side of the table, let's say, on the issue of Ukraine is a very important issue for the Europeans.
Absolutely.
And I'm not in the game. I mean, you're there all the time when this is being discussed. Even though neutrality is being claimed, or maybe it's even there, this is a very important issue for Europe. So I think this, as you were saying, and you got applause for that, the position on Ukraine and not getting that problem resolved, that would be a disaster for us. So I think that trumps, in a way, many other things in Europe. Even though we in Europe and in Germany have this productivity discussion, as we were just saying. So Europe is not going to be relevant if it's not going to be productive and successful economically. So I think that is a little bit, I like your view, if I may say so. And given where you're from, I think your view is also the best view you can have, which is this productivity innovation. But there are challenges also where you are, and and I think this is important. And I think, Janet, I think we are aligned on many things, and you're in a country which has the geopolitical challenges galore. And I think it's great to have a woman like you, if I may say so, running this country. And I think your point about gender participation is not an industrial policy point, but I think that's an important point as well. So I think for me, it's a challenge, and we need to move forward. And I think the business community and dialogue between politics and business, and also between business amongst the rest of the world, I think that is the way forward and the answer. Is that a little bit the common ground, or not? President, you have the final word. Is that okay?
Sure. No, perhaps just to thank each and every one of you, and to thank everyone that is present here, and especially you, for giving us the opportunity. As I envisaged at the beginning, I learned a lot from the other
And you have investment
panelists.
coming now from...
What an honor. I mean, it's India, China, the United States, Germany, and Kosovo. Would have thought in the same table. So, but at the same time, I think it's so crucial that when we sit down with CEOs of businesses, you see how things can be resolved. Very practical and very tangible. And it should serve as a lessons learned for many politicians around the world. That is in most cases the approach that we need to take to resolving most of the issues. But of course, while productivity and gains are extremely important, what we have learned in our continent is that in many cases, trade does not necessarily equal trust. Because if that was the case, we would have never had a Russian invasion of Ukraine. They were each other's main trading partners for decades. So while trade is the cornerstone of so many relations, at the same time, we need to keep an eye on issues of security. We need to keep an eye on basic principles of good faith in terms of neighborly relations first and foremost, but also relations with countries that are quite far away from us. And just like in a contract, it's about gains, but what is the cornerstone of the contracts in many cases is the good faith principle. So I would call for that as well to be the cornerstone of relations between countries if we want to prevent security challenges that are then preventing trade relations. I believe that both India and China want a strong economic partner in Europe, right?
Correct.
Well, that can be achieved only if we're safe and secure. And we will only be safe and secure if Ukraine wins this war. If they do not, it's going to be a complete mess in our continent. And you will not have a good trading partner in Europe. So just not to oversimplify it, but I think it's so important that partners across the world, not just in our continent, give us the support that we need as a continent to first and foremost be safe and secure, for that to open the way for stronger trade relations with the rest of the countries around the world.
I think this is excellent. Thank you, President. And I think we almost have a theme for next year's Berlin Global Dialogue, Carolyn, and building trust or something, because this is also a point which was made this morning, I think, by Larry Fink. I think he said that, and I think trust is very important. And how do we build trust? I think that's important. Merit, Patrick, Anish, thank you very much. And we close this session, and now there's dinner, Anish, so there will be shuttle services outside. We're closing the session, and I'm told by my colleagues behind me we start tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock on time, because we are in Germany. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.